Okay, it is 4 o'clock, so let's go ahead and get started. We have everybody here. Today is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. I'm going to go ahead and call our closed session to order. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak or any correspondence received on closed session items?
No request to speak, and the council did receive correspondence in their red folders.
In the folder. All right, very good. Thank you. So, council members, let's go ahead and recess to closed session now, and we will be back at 6 o'clock for our regular city council meeting. Thank you. All right, it is 6 o'clock, so if we can work our way towards some seats, and in just 1 minute, we're going to get started. Call this meeting to order. Looks like we got a full house. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. This is our regular city council meeting, July 17th, 2024. It is 6:01. Our meeting is now called to order, but I did want to check with our clerk real fast, and so we don't need to do anything more than getting rolling here. Mr. Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
No, Mayor, there's no reportable action this afternoon.
All right, thank you. And Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence on tonight's agenda?
The council's received correspondence on item 10.7.
All right, and then Stephanie, if you don't mind, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Estrada,
Present.
Councilmember Carwin,
Here.
Councilmember Sobek. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
Here.
And Mayor Zimmerman.
And I'm here, thank you. I believe we have Pastor Bob Warning from Crossway Menifee. Here he is in the back. Thank you so much for coming. We've had Bob a few times, and so I just wanted to give you a thank you for your willingness to come and help us get our meeting started and getting us kicked off in the right direction. Bob, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you all for just serving our community so well. And I would just like to pray for our meeting tonight that we're going to have together. Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight asking for guidance, wisdom, and your help as we begin this meeting tonight. And Lord, even in the times that we are going through right now, we need unity. And we need to look out for the common good for our community and the people that call Menifee home. We thank you for these leaders who care about the issues that impact each and every one of us. We ask you that you would help us to be sensitive to people who are in need, to those who are vulnerable, especially our children. And we are so grateful to have leaders that open their doors, that listen to us as we bring issues and problems and solutions to this room and to this community. And I ask that you would just help these men and women to engage in a meaningful discussion, fill them with your grace as they make decisions that affect our community. Lord, I'm just so grateful for living in this community for 45 years now and seeing it grow from a small group of towns to a city that is thriving. And Lord, we just ask for your help tonight. And I ask that you would just bless each and every person in this room, each and every person that's watching online. And we thank you. And we ask for your help. Amen. Amen. God bless you. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Pastor Warning. We appreciate you coming and helping setting the tone. All right, so we're going to go ahead and stand for our flag salute. I see we have our Parks Commissioner, David Faust. Dave, if you don't mind leading us, please. Let's all stand. All right, thank you, Commissioner Faust, and we appreciate all the things you do for our CERT program as well here in Menifee. All right, we are now on item 5. This is presentations. There are 4, and the first 3 we're going to do up front. So, council members, if you don't mind joining me, and we're going to ask Mr. Sam Hanley to also join us up in the front. I love it when we have somebody here to be honored and there's a room full of people that are in full agreement with the choice and the selection to honor somebody. Today we're honoring Sam Hanley. Each month the City Council chooses somebody to be recognized. We try to find people that are working behind the scenes, but the ones that are having a real impact on other people's lives. And when I think about that, there's nobody that I even know that has had more of an impact on more lives. And we're not talking about adult lives, but our youth. Sam Hanley works at our Menifee Boys and Girls Club. Boys and Girls Club is 10 years old this year. And Sam's been there since the early days. And I know firsthand, because I get to go to the club all the time and help out, and I see his impact and effect. The kids love Mr. Sam, and but he talks to them about responsibility, and he talks to them about social things and how to get along and how to put your differences behind you, and he also talks about teamwork because he oversees their sports and the recreation things, and how to play like a team and not be a ball hog and all those things. And so Sam has just such a great effect. How many of you guys agree with everything I just said? Yes. We could use about 100 more Mr. Sams, but I really just wanted to choose somebody, and this was my turn this month, and I want to choose somebody that really has that effect on our youth, because I know all of us council members have said this, that our young people's lives are more important than ours. They're just getting ready to launch. Most of us are kind of either midway through our careers or we're done with it. And so, but their lives are more important. They're going to see things. They're going to invent things. They're going to do things in the arts and in business that we can't even imagine right now, right? So to have somebody that's given them that foundation means so much. So that's why, Sam, we have chose you. I'm going to pass the microphone. I'm going to let a few of the council members say a few things. We want to have you share a couple words, and then we'll present the certificate. So I'm going to start with the Mayor Pro Tem, Dean Dynas.
Well, congratulations, well-deserved. You know, every time we honor a citizen, it's something that they give back to the community all the time. But to do it for our youth, I mean, that, you know, putting up with kids sometimes can be challenging, we'll say. But to do it with a great heart and with a passion to impact kids' lives, that makes a difference, and that makes it special. So thank you for all you do for Menifee.
All right, we'll take it down to Councilman Carwin.
I just want to thank you for helping us develop the next generation of Citizens of the Month, because you're showing the youth what it means to be a leader, what it means to be a great person, and what it means to be a great friend to others. And just the success of the Boys and Girls Club and the program and the love in this room, I think we're going to have many Citizens of the Month for years to come because of your help. So thank you so much for that. And I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Sobek.
So, Mr. Sam, I just want to say thank you for what you do, as we've heard from the mayor. There's this thing called the 40 developmental assets, and it says that for a child to be successful, they only need 6 of those. And one of the things that they need is another adult in their life besides their parents. And you are that other person. So I want to thank you for that. You are helping our students, our children, to become successful.
Sam, congratulations. We have almost 120,000 residents in the city, and you are the Citizen of the Month for this month, and that's a high honor. Every time I see you, you have so much energy. When I go to the Boys and Girls Club, I'm looking around, and I even remember one time I was looking around, I'm like, oh, Sam's on the roof. He was over there having fun and waving at everyone, and you're always being a good participant and being a good inspiration for the youth. You know, this city needs entertainment and things to do for the kids, and you are providing that leadership for our youth. You're providing the athletics, the arts, the classes, and so thank you so much for all you do for our city, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now, some of you may know that Sam does a few other things, and it's not just because of his beard, but he plays Santa for us every year. And there's been a few, like the Carnes family, I believe I saw them in the back. They have their Christmas house, and there's been a few years where they've reached out to you and said, hey, can you come and be Santa? And he never says no. He's always there, and he just have this way with kids, just like Santa does. It's not the beard, Sam, it's in your heart, and so you're just one of those wonderful people. But I'd like to have you just share a few words with everyone here that's here to support you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council. I sure appreciate everything. What's really funny right now is I'm embarrassed, and the kids know that I embarrass them every day. So it's reverse right now. When Mayor asked me to invite a few friends, I reached out, and I thought, okay, I'll reserve for 10, so I apologize to your staff. But it's been a blessing. This October would have been 40 years for me working with the Boys and Girls Clubs. It's just been such an honor. I tell you, there could not have been a better career for me. I had lost a little brother at the age of 17, so I was angry and bitter. And I went into working as a volunteer for the Boys and Girls Club, and they changed me. The love that they showed to me, and it shows tonight. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of people that are here. I just wanted to have the kids here because they mean so much to me. Sorry, Jaleesa paid me to do this. I love each and every one of you. I love the families. You know, at the Boys and Girls Club, we had 3,000 members there before COVID, and it went down, but it's growing back. So I encourage you to find something for my youth to continue in your life that you will be passionate about. I love this job. Unfortunately, I have had to step down recently because of medical reasons, but I'll continue on. I'll continue to be a volunteer. Once these things are taken care of, I'll volunteer at the club. I'll still do the Santa, but this opportunity for me is more to say thank you to the families for trusting your children and to our care. But the most important thing, I want to thank my family for all these years of support, my wife for me bringing home kids who had no place to stay and living with us at times. Through the years, she never knew who was coming home with me at night. But I want to say thank you to you kids. You saved me. I would have been on a different path if I hadn't started working for kids, working with kids. I love each and every one of you. I thank you for the people who are here to support me tonight. But this is about our kids and our next generations that you guys have talked about. I look forward to what the partnership with the Boys and Girls Clubs are going to do with the city. They need your support at this time, so continue to support our youth. I also want to give a shout out to Santa's Workshop, because I've worked with you the last few years. Miss Debbie back there, you guys have been instrumental in putting smiles on kids' faces. And you know, that was my goal when I was younger. I wanted every kid to smile. My staff will tell you that are here, I have done some really crazy things, being on a roof, doing flips and landing on my back on a table, just to have a child smile. So from my oldest one who was here earlier, and his mom got sick, but he came with a chip on his shoulder. No one wanted him to be on his ball team. The staff would say, no, we don't want Jeffrey. Last year, Jeffrey came back. They said, oh, you have to take Jeffrey. Jeffrey won our Sportsmanship of the Year. He turned his life around. He changed, and that's what it's about. What can we do to impact these kids' lives? Some of them I see now have been my staff members, and I got to train them. But again, thank you guys so much. God bless you all, and I appreciate each and every one of you coming out tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Sam, we have a nice proclamation for you. We hope that you'll put this on your wall somewhere where you see it. Whenever you see it, it reminds you of this special day. This says, in recognition of your outstanding commitment for bringing your watch that makes noise, for dedicating your service to the youth here in Menifee and the recreation programs, our Boys and Girls Club, high school basketball teams. You've been an inspiration. You've been a role model in our community, and we commend you for all of your tireless efforts, all these 40 years with these kids. It is commendable, and so this is for you. Thank you, Sam, for everything that you do for our community. Stay here. We're going to take a photo real fast. time for Sam. Okay, next up, we would like to ask Tanner Odell and his parents, if they're here, to please come on up and join us. We have another recognition. I don't know if you guys know, but Tanner is a hero right here. Our theme is Hometown of Heroes, and so what a perfect opportunity to recognize somebody. And I don't want to give it away. I'm going to let Councilmember Sobek tell you what Tanner did. So his parents reached out to Councilmember Sobek and said, we want you to know about something that Tanner recently did, and so tonight we're going to be able to honor him.
So Tanner's right here. And where's Gunner? Where's Gunner? He's right there. Okay. All right. All right. So Tanner, this is a meeting that we have in the city of Menifee where we run the city and we make decisions. Because I heard you didn't know why you were here tonight, right?
You wouldn't have gotten up.
Okay. So we want to honor you, and I want to share something that was sent to me in an email by your father. Hello, Mrs. Sobek. And this is in the words of his father. Last night, my 6-year-old Tanner rescued his 2-year-old baby brother, Gunner, from drowning in our pool. I was able to go back on the security camera and see the entire horrifying event that took place in real time. I am so proud of the way my son reacted and would like to see if he can be recognized. I got this email just a couple of days after we had a city council meeting where we received our new theme presented by Mayor Pro Tem Dinas, which is Hometown Heroes for this next fiscal year. I couldn't think of a more fitting thing than, Tanner, to recognize you here tonight in front of all of these people, all of our citizens and those watching on TV, to say, we are so proud of you, and you are a Menifee true hometown hero. Can we clap for you? So Tanner, we have something for you. And the mayor has a certificate. It says Tanner Odell, Hometown Hero, and it's signed by all of us, the mayor and the city council in the city of Menifee. Thank you for what you did, being so brave and watching out for your younger brothers and your younger sister, and for saving your brother's life.
So yeah, when I was thinking about something to talk about tonight, I realized it was 107 outside in my yard. So I hope all of you had a chance to cool off and get out of the heat. And for those of you lucky enough like us to have a pool, we built our pool 2 years ago with the expectation of summer fun and fostering many childhood memories. Unfortunately, my wife and I both had our reservations about doing so because we've both been part of swimming pool accidents with less than favorable outcomes, working for the fire department and on the local ambulance. Water safety has always been on the forefront of our minds. If you have ever built a pool, you know that California has multiple safeguards in place that require inspection from the city and sometimes even seems overly redundant. A lot of our memories for my wife and I, as we started to go through this process, started to come up. So a lot of these memories were kind of holding us back from building a pool, but we wanted to have that for our children. Nearly all of those unfavorable outcomes in pools were when multiple parents, friends, and family were in and about the pool area. And this was the case for us on June 4th, 2024. As I was standing only 20 feet away, I was at the control of our pool cover, pointing out miscellaneous toys, rocks, leaves, and baseballs that had got onto the cover as I retracted it for my oldest son to grab them. About 30 seconds later, I heard a loud splash and some screaming. I turned and walked over to the spa calmly to discipline the other kids because they had gotten into the pool without my permission, and I was puzzled as to why my 2-year-old Mr. Gunner was crying. I quickly began to realize the situation, but didn't fully understand it until I rewound the camera that looks into our pool. Gunner, being in swim lessons and always wearing his floaty in the pool, had gained some false confidence and was excited to get into the water that day. He had quickly stepped down a couple of steps and immediately took one step too far and sank below his head. Those horrifying moments that I watched on the video, I could see him kicking and fighting only to get to the very top of his head above the water, unable to take a breath. Why all of us are here tonight is because my son Tanner, our hero, saw what was going on from across the yard and without hesitation ran to save him. The splash I heard was Tanner jumping into the water to grab his baby brother. The scream that I had heard was Gunner screaming out of fear when he popped up. The scream that I now am thankful to have heard. In this sense, screaming was the best thing we could have heard as a parent. Silence would have meant a significantly different outcome and a different day for us today. After the situation fully sank in and the nerves settled a bit, I began to think of a way that I could thank my son for saving his brother's life. We went and got ice cream. We stopped by the fire station for some fist bumps. To share some high fives. And thanks to our fire department for really being a part of this. I still can't find a way to say thank you and how proud I am of you and how much I love you. Tanner, you are my hero, and I can't say thank you enough. I'm so proud of you and the little man you're becoming. The night this happened, I asked Tanner why he jumped in to save his brother, and in normal Tanner response, I don't know. I just wanted to make sure my baby brother was okay. In the pursuit, the purest, most selfless act he has gotten to experience in his 6 short years thus far, he changed the dynamic of our family. A few nights ago, Tanner asked me, why do you think I have a special toe? I told him that I thought God had given him a special toe so he could learn how to swim very well at a young age, that he would have confidence in the ability to save his brother. I told him that sometimes God gives us special talents and abilities that are not to be used for us, but rather for others and for his glory. This was one of those situations. The last 2 months, I've had the privilege of praying with Gunner before bed, thanking the Lord for sparing his life and knowing that there's a reason that he has not yet called him home. So if you guys are able, please stand and help me honor Tanner for giving us that opportunity.
Thank you. Check this out. Let me hold on to this. I'm going to give this to your mama. So let's stand over here, and maybe Mr. Phil's going to take our picture. Look over here. He's going to take our picture. Stand right here. Perfect. And see him right here? Yeah. Awesome. Well done. So Tanner's dad said that he is his hero, but I think he's all of our hero today. And we're just very, very proud of you. Keep up the good work, you guys. It is so important. This is actually a good kind of teachable moment because we want to make sure that all of our young kids are safe around swimming pools. And this is the very first year that Menifee now offers a brand new program for swim lessons over at Paloma Valley High School this summer for that very purpose, to be able to make sure that our young kids know the basics of swimming and understand the dangers of being around a pool as well, too. So we all want to make sure that our kids are safe. But it's awesome to have a brother looking out for you, right? So that's really cool. Okay, congratulations, you guys. Well done. Okay, good job, you guys. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Have fun. Bye-bye. See ya. I like your hats. Bye-bye now. All right, next up, as they're working their way out, I'm going to ask our parks commissioners that are here to please come on up and join us. I see Commissioner Faust, Commissioner Ackerman. I see Commissioner Peterson. Tara, yes, great to see you. Yeah, great to see you. All right, so come on up. We'll kind of take just a minute here and let some folks work their way on out. But what we're going to do right now in this next agenda item is recognize our Parks Commission, because this month is Parks Make Life Better month. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mitchell. She's with our Community Services Department to share a little bit more about today's proclamation.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Mariana Mitchell, Community Services Manager. And it's my pleasure to help celebrate July as Parks Make Life Better Month. As both a statewide and nationally recognized celebration, we are excited for the opportunity to highlight the wonderful people behind the amazing programs and events and parks that make Menifee a safe, premier, and thriving place to be. With over 100 staff members ranging from part-time program leaders and lifeguards to our full-time analysts, maintenance workers, and coordinators, we are able to positively impact the lives of every Menifee resident on a daily basis. And so at this point in time, our audience that's remaining, I'm going to ask for a little bit of audience participation. And even though they all couldn't be here today, I would like to please ask you to help acknowledge all their hard work and dedication with a round of applause. All right, thank you guys. And thank you again to the Community Services staff, also known as Team Awesome, for sharing your time and talents with this community. I'd also like to take the time to thank City Council for your guidance and support in prioritizing our projects and programs while recognizing the importance we play in building Menifee's social infrastructure. And last but certainly not least, I would like to thank our Parks, Recreation, and Trails Commissioners who volunteer their time to continually engage with the community to ensure that every voice is heard. And with that, I'll turn it over to City Council for the presentation of the proclamation.
Okay, thank you, Mariana. We do have a proclamation here, and really this is all about our community and what parks do for them, but it also is an opportunity tonight for us council members to show some love and appreciation to our parks commissioners. They meet just like we do here. They make decisions, they review parks, they review trails, and make sure that we are going to be able to have neighborhoods that have those great public amenities, that social infrastructure that we all have been striving to create here in this city. So this is kind of our opportunity to say well done to each one of you guys, and thank you for your commitment and service. I don't know if any of you guys want to share anything. You're free to, if you like. Dave.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for recognizing our work. We're so grateful to be a part, just a small part in shaping the wonderful parks that Menifee has here in this city. We've in the last year, I think we've dedicated 4 parks, I believe, at least. Most recently, Banner Village Park, which has a splash pad. And it seems like there's a theme about kids here tonight, and isn't that what these parks are all about? And families and opportunities for the kids to have safe places to play. And we're just so excited for the future and for all the parks that are still being planned.
I want to say that parks make life better because Menifee makes better parks.
I just want to add, it's been an honor being on this commission, and I think for the most part, I realize how important parks in the community are. Even from the events that we've gone to, from movies in the park to the 4th of July celebration, they're places where families can gather and enjoy each other and come together as a community. So it's been amazing to watch all of the parks in our community grow and prosper, and then also foster the sports teams that we have in the community. So thank you.
Just to follow up with Commissioner Tierra's remarks, the parks here in Menifee, since we moved here in 2015, our family, I've got 5 children now, and the best memories that we have are at Menifee community events and at Menifee parks. And without that, you know, I mean, we'd obviously have a lot of fighting and whatnot at home, but, you know, the best memories that I've got in my pocket right now, that's where they came from. So thank you.
We are declaring that parks make life better, and I say we actually declare it on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Parks make life better. All right, you guys, thank you. Well done. We appreciate you being here tonight. We can return. Oh, sorry, got a photo. Whoop. Bill, thank you again, guys. Well done. All right, council members, we can return to the dais.
Good, how you doing?
And finally, we have one more presentation item, and this is our Community Services Monthly Update. I see that our Parks Manager, Bryce Howell, is with us. Mr. Howell, I will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I get to do the update tonight, and following that, Parks Make Life Better. We have a great video to start this off with. It was on social media, and we'll follow Mrs. Rogers around Menifee.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Rogers. I'm about to explore all the amazing parks in Menifee. Do you want to come with me? Let's see how parks make life better here in the city of Menifee.
I believe parks make life better by enriching our community and giving everyone an opportunity to enjoy the outdoors and experience it at their own pace. The benefits of having parks and trails within our city here is that not only does everyone get to experience the beauties of nature at their own pace, but it also helps people engage with their community. So getting out in the sunshine, enjoying nature never hurts anybody. Only is going to do you a little good.
Now let's see why it's important for us to have memorials and monuments in public spaces and public parks.
Having memorials and monuments in public spaces shows appreciation for those who have made positive contributions to our city. Our city is committed to providing resources for veterans and their family members. These include hosting workshops and informational settings, as well as partnering with veteran organizations like MilVet and VFW Post 1956.
Let's see what the city is doing to bring arts and culture to Menifee.
The community services, we're really trying to create platforms and opportunities for the community to come out and not only attend, but participate in our cultural events, our performing arts, and our many art shows that we put on for the community.
Let's talk to Coach Jackson about why it's important to have an aquatics program.
Having an aquatics program provides a safe opportunity for physical, mental, and social development. So the #1 priority in our Learn to Swim program is to provide participants with the essential skills and knowledge that they need to remain safe in and around the water.
Before we wrap up, let's take a look at how our adaptive and inclusive programs make all residents feel like they belong.
The feeling of belonging is incredibly powerful. We can create a supportive environment that inherently includes adaptive features. This approach goes beyond inclusivity. It's about designing programs that are universally accessible, eliminating the need for separate accommodations. By doing so, we remove the stigma of having a disability and promote a community where everyone feels safe and respected.
This is where I belong, and this is where you belong. Here in the city of Menifee, we recognize the importance of ensuring fair access to trails, parks, and recreational facilities for overall wellness. For more information about our parks, programs, and events, please visit our website at www.cityofmenifee.us/community services.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Rogers. And now we'll go on to some programs that are used at a lot of these parks. So we extended the registration for our flag football. We're just really trying to get some more participants. It's at Courts Ranch. There's a 7-game season, and then into the playoffs, and we'd like more participants in that. You know, it's a very good league that we put on here. It'll be at Courts Ranch Park, but again, it was extended a little bit longer. Has $80 for residents, and then it just has your practice and your game. So please, if you know anybody or would like to join, please come join the flag football. And then moving on to July 19th, that's this Saturday, we're going to have our last movie in the park at Underwood Park. We're going to see Wonka, Willie, with Chocolate Factory. So that's there at 7 to 10 p.m. at Underwood Park. And then moving on to the Civics Association, we're actually going to have the play The Tempest, so from Shakespeare. So that'll be on July 26th. We're inviting everyone, encouraging you to come out for that. And then the biggest night that we're going to have is actually at the Storm Stadium, that we're going to have Menifee Night. We're trying to get as many Menifee residents that we can to be there. This is on the city website, where you can go onto our main page. You'll be able to purchase the tickets. There will be a link there. And also we'll be putting out it on social media and our press release tomorrow, which will have the link, the QR code, and everything for the social media for that. And that's August 15th. So please come out and let's make Elsinore know that Menifee's here. So. And then another update that we have just with our park rangers, and now I know there's the 2 on there. Well, I'll go over a few things, but I'd like to introduce, and I'll bring them around if you're at the parks. We have one of our new park rangers, Ranger Marino, that is now here. He's been here almost a month. So it'll be good when you guys see him in the park. Say hi. Of course, you can always say hi to Ranger Trogan too as well. We've had over 3,600 park visits this last fiscal year between 2 rangers that we had. We only writ 1 citation because our parks are clean. People like to do whatever they can. You can see 77 people. We told them to stop. They did, and went on their way. And then with the programs that the Rangers put on, also we had almost 2,000 participants that attended those at those parks. Also, as you can see on the right-hand side there, are additional programs that we have on. So we're going to be bringing back at our pump track is the monthly dig session. We had to put it off for a couple months because we were only down to the 1 ranger. Scheduling, it was hard to do, but at the pump track themselves, they do a lot of maintenance. It's a lot of volunteer work all the time. So it never really stopped. We have people that adopt the park. It's been going on. It's a great thing. So it will be coming back. We also have our junior ranger program that's year round, which is really nice. Any younger age that you can go around, you get a pamphlet and you can learn things throughout the parks that are there. Our Good Morning Nature that's in the fall, and then our Wildlife Appreciation Day that we'll have again in the spring. The last 2 that we've had of those has been a big hit. It's just been getting bigger and bigger each time. Our campfire series, which they teach different intern programs and everything when they go at the night and roast some marshmallows. It's fun to be there. And then the family compound that we have at Lazy Creek, we're going to be putting that on again next summer. That'll be ready for everyone to go. So, and also if you see the park rangers, they're always putting classes on at the schools. So they do anywhere from kindergarten all the way up to the middle school right now. We haven't been to the high school yet. We're working on it to get some of those, but it definitely, it's really good intern programs that goes along with what they're teaching at the school. So if anybody is at any of these schools, you reach out to us at the Rangers, and we'd love to come in and show what we have, what we got going on. So that's our update we have for community services, but if you guys have any questions.
All right, thank you, Bryce. Council members, any questions for Mr. Howell? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much for the update. Lots of good things happening. Yep. Okay, we're going to move on our agenda, and we're on item 6 now. This is the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any modifications for our agenda?
No modifications.
None. So council members all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, our agenda is approved, and we're now moving on to item 7. This is public comments. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have people? Okay, so let me just read this real quick. This is the time for members of the public to address the council about items that are not listed on our agenda. The Brown Act limits our ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time they're made. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on a single item, and you speakers, there's going to be a little clock up here on the TV screen that you can see, so keep an eye on that. And with that, Madam Clerk, if you'd call the first speaker, please.
A.V. Barron, followed by George Mills.
Welcome, Ms. Perrin.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, members of the council, staff, and those in attendance tonight. I'm very glad to be in front of you. Always had support and am grateful to you for helping us to establish. First, my name is Abby Barron, and my husband and I are owners of Ready, Set, Game, located in the Cherry Hills Plaza in the Sun City community of Menifee. We are a niche gaming community that offers board games and an opportunity for an entertainment venue, one of its first in the city of Menifee. Along with being small business owners, we are homeowners and have been longtime residents of Menifee since 2006. My husband and I have raised our 3 children in the city and take pride in calling Menifee our home, where we work, where we play, and also where we pray. In 2022, we opened the doors to Ready, Set, Game with the help and support of the council members and the city staff. And we're frequently asked why we chose our location of Sun City instead of the more recently developed areas, commercial areas of Menifee. And our answer is that we recognize the unique personality of the Sun City community, as well as our brand of uniqueness, and an opportunity to bring increased foot traffic and an opportunity to highlight and have people discover what was in our Sun City community that has long been here since before incorporation. Ready, Set, Game has a rapidly growing community of gamers, and we frequently welcome new visitors, not just to the shop, but also to the city, who have come from all the way from Los Angeles to now we're hearing from San Diego, and we're proud to represent Menifee in that. And we're excited that they're coming not only to our store, but also recognizing the beauty of a growing city of Menifee. Our first impression is not just for us, but we take pride in representing the city of Menifee as well. In the last year, we've observed and had that firsthand experience dealing with the increasing homeless population in that area. And although we are sympathetic to their circumstances these individuals are facing, our priority as small business owners is to make our customers and our visitors feel safe and welcome while they are supporting us and the local businesses such as the library, post office, the restaurants, all the other small businesses that are located within that center. We find ourselves having to clean up trash left in front of the store, dealing with human urine, human feces, other bodily fluids, questioning whether an individual is under the influence of drugs or alcohol, whether they're mentally stable, whether they're physically violent or pose a safety threat, not just to adults, but to the children who frequent our store for special events and for field trips. My husband and I have had to physically escort homeless out of our store to prevent shoplifting, incoherent outbursts, stealing food from our customers, and our female customers are extremely comfortable leaving our store late at night because they don't know what to expect out in the parking lot. I'm respectfully requesting resources and support to be allocated to our community. When we first opened in 2022, there seemed to be a larger involvement of not only police, but also representation from the city, and we felt that decrease in the last couple of months because of the increase of the homeless in that area. I would love to collaborate with the city as well as my peers in that local shopping center to work towards cleanup, beautification, and better safety protocols for that area. And
Ms.
with
Barron, your time is up.
Thank you.
Abby, if you're almost done, I'll let you finish.
Yes. With your support, we can prevent Sun City from being an area that people avoid and are afraid to frequent. Help us thrive as a small business owner by supporting us in maintaining the same standard of safety and presentation you would expect in your city hall and the countryside marketplace. And doing so would allow us to focus on running our small business rather than focusing on worrying about the safety of our staff, customers, and visitors. We want those who are visiting to be represented that Menifee is a beautiful, welcoming, safe place to be, and not just be impressed with our stores and our local businesses, but with the city as a whole. coming from somebody who's been here for a long time and loves this city and has a family here, I want us to all be represented as a community, not just because I'm a business owner, but because I want us to see us thrive as a city, that we are new, better, best, that we're growing towards that, and that we're collaborating together. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time. Abby, before you leave, and I'm going to just put this for you, but anyone else who has a similar message, and there may be some, I know our police chief is here, and maybe there'd be an opportunity for you to meet with him in the lobby before you go and just share some more pointed concerns, okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I just want to point out to you, I'm aware that the chief has given out his business card to some of the Cherry Hills people here already, and I know that Kayla Charters has spoken to them on behalf of economic development.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, next speaker.
George Mills, followed by Linda Beck.
All right. Welcome, George.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. My name is George Mills, and I am newly elected president of the Rotary Club of Menifee for 2024-2025. This year, the international theme of Rotary is the magic of Rotary. I have found when I embrace the Rotary motto of service above self, the feeling I get inside is truly magical. When our club steps out in the community and gives back to help those in need, those that cannot begin to pay us back, my heart is full. My goal this year is to expose to the community what Rotary brings to the city and the fun time we have giving back. A Rotarian is someone who gives their own time and their own money to make a difference in our schools, our neighborhoods, and the city. My goal is to bring back the Menifee Motor Madness car show that Rotary oversaw prior to the pandemic. Another goal we have is to grow our clubs so we can reach out and fill even more needs in the city of Menifee. I was raised to be a Rotarian. I have always had a Rotarian heart. I was taught that it was better to give than receive. I have been blessed in my life, and because of that gratitude, I want to share that with others. One of my mother's favorite sayings was, "I am drinking from my saucer because my cup is overflowed." My cup is truly overflowed. Why others should join Rotary? If you want to be a part of something bigger than yourself, but do not know where to start, come check out Rotary. It is not for everyone, but as a Rotarian, you can help provide clean water in Africa. You can help build a medical clinic in Central America, or you can provide a bicycle helmet and a scholarship to a kid in Menifee. If there is something you are passionate about, come see us, let's talk about it and make it happen. Volunteering isn't just about giving your time, it's about enriching lives, including your own. Every hour spent giving back strengthens communities and brings us closer together. Volunteering offers perspective, turning personal success into shared joy and impact. When you give back, you create a ripple effect that makes the world a better place for everyone. It is not about what we can do, but what we can achieve together through acts of kindness. I was asked what my favorite Rotary event is. How about Student of the Month, or RYLA, Rotary Youth Leadership Academy? Listening to the stories these young adults share and how they have overcome hardships is amazing. Our school supplies drives, which will be next Tuesday night at Buffalo Wild Wings, we dreamed that one up a few years ago. Gift cards at Gail Webb sports parks for kids wearing helmets. How we come alongside other nonprofits to support them, like Milvet, Project Lifesaver, which are bracelets that the Menifee Police Department puts out, the Community Cupboard, the Domestic Violence Shelter, and of course Santa's Workshop. Each event is my favorite in its own way. I am very proud to be the current president of the Rotary Club of Menifee. There have been many presidents prior to me in the last 60 plus years. I have some big shoes to fill, and I promise to do my best to make them proud of the legacy that they've created. Thank you.
All right, thank you, George.
Linda Beck, followed by Lori Garcia.
All right, welcome, Ms. Beck.
Wonderful to see all of you, especially you, Mayor Bill Zimmerman, and the rest of the council. I've not prepared a speech because I'm passionate. I'm passionate because I've been in this community over 40 years, since 1982, and welcome families and friends in the audience. In 1982, I came to this valley and recognized there was nothing here. And I felt a little scared. And I was like, okay, what are we going to do? So I began a long life career of being a volunteer and a participant in our community. And at this time, as a participant in our community, I am now a senior. From being in my early 20s to now a senior, I used to think in my early 20s, gosh, I can't wait till I become a senior and everyone will respect me and wonderful things will happen. Well, wonderful things aren't happening. And I feel very sad about it and passionate about it. The reason why is because I take care of elderly people. I work in a chiropractic office, helping people to heal with medical massage, and I'm always giving. I'm here to give the council an opportunity to help us seniors in the Sun City Mobile Home Park that are struggling terribly because we are now put upon us is another bill that so many of us don't have the money to pay. It's not anything the city has done, it's the state. And once again, the state has not seen us in light of our aging and our income. I was helping a lady across the street out of the goodness of my heart and a couple of others, and I had to help the family see their income with their Social Security statement. Do you know that probably 40% of the 350 people that live there make less than $10,000 a year on their Social Security? It's very sad. And not the city, but the state is asking these people to now put out another $35 in the long run. Right now it's going to be $21.51. These 350 some odd people do not have $21.51 for only 1 year. And may I thank you for offering them a one-time $50 credit. But I'm sorry to say that's not going to be enough. And I say that with an aching heart because the next year it'll be $32.54. Now, on our billing, which I can share with you folks later, is that the owner of the area and community is not very sensitive to us. We are charged $1 for administration. That just came about. What are they administering? I have no idea. I've been there almost 11 years. They are having sewer does anyone know what SVC means? Does that mean trash services? It says plus SWR, which is sewer. It went from $18 to now $26.50 and above. Now, my question is, which you may not have the answer, but if someone can help me in the future, contact the owner because he's unreachable. Why is that still going to be there, or is it? Because if we're going to have to pay for SVS services, why shouldn't that be eliminated, and isn't that double dipping? I'm bringing this to your attention because it breaks my heart, because I know yesterday at the meeting, Lily did an excellent job of showing us what we have to do with our trash. Now, let me share with you, neighbors, that so many people in that community can't even wheel out their trash can. So now we're going to ask them to separate their trash and do all of this that cognitively is impossible. So I ask you, please help me to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. We appreciate you coming.
Lori Garcia, followed by Zachary Bach.
Welcome, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Lori Garcia. I am a citizen and business owner in Menifee. My purpose in addressing council is to express my concerns over the unbuilt movie theater and retail center. I am aware this is an ongoing legal matter between George Krikorian and the city of Menifee and was on your closed session agenda tonight. I want to share my feelings and frustration on this matter. This has gone on way too long. Yes, it's a private property and the city cannot step in and take over. There are laws to follow. But I'm here tonight to challenge council, city management to think outside the legal box. George Krikorian does not give two hoots about Menifee. He is a mega wealthy man and has other interests, such as his racehorses. Did you know he managed to complete construction of his Kentucky entertainment complex during COVID in 2021? He deliberately failed to build Menifee, citing one excuse after another. He has no respect for our city, and it shows with his bogus lawsuits. Where do we go from here? I've spoken with real estate developers and entertainment venue developers who could be interested in purchasing the property and finishing the project, But George is unreasonable. He values his property much more than what it's worth. So we have an unreasonable, disrespectful, greedy landowner in our town. I would like to make a few suggestions and requests. 1, set up an ad hoc committee with experienced negotiators, problem solvers with persuasion skills. Use this group to put together real solutions to entice George to either sell, drop his bogus lawsuits, or get his property into compliance. 2, form a citizen action committee to get louder on this subject. Write letters, talk to media, hold legal protests at Krikorian corporate offices in Torrance. Demand George's attention to this matter. He won't come to us, so we will go to him. Draw attention to his actions and his disregard for our city. 3, let's propose he donate the land to the city. Tax donation for him. Developers will show interest in the property, but the price needs to be reasonable. Bring prospective buyers together for productive discussion on acquiring the land. City Council, management, and attorney, I implore you to open your minds and look to other solutions besides lawsuits. It has not worked so far. Council, communicate with your citizens. How can we help? George has dug in his heels. This is a personal vendetta for him, and he has the money to continue this case for a very long time. I believe this is going to take the entire community to come together to bring resolution. Thank you for all the work that you have done trying to put up with this man, trying to come up with reasonable solutions. I thank all of you. It has been a tiresome project. I know the frustration you've all been through, and I appreciate everything you've put in. But I feel as citizens, we have maybe failed you in not getting more vocal and more involved, organize ourselves to do the right thing and get him out. Thank you for your time and service. God bless you, and thank you for hearing my statement.
Zachary Bach, followed by Rogelio Benuelos.
Hey everybody, how you doing? So I was looking at the council calendar today, and I noticed that there were some nice closed-door sessions about property acquirement of some kind, with some properties right over here on Bradley. It looks like there's 3 properties listed. I looked up the property owners, and so I'm just wondering when is the public discussion about stuff like that happening? Because I'm going to assume that you guys are making bids. You guys are saying, hey, we want to either purchase all of your property, a portion of your property, we want to expand the road, or something along those lines. At least that's what it reads. I should preface this with I hate closed-door meetings with government. I think they should be banished completely. I don't think they should be allowed. I think everything should have complete oversight at all times by the citizens. I think we need full transparency. And so I'm really just wondering exactly what those meetings are for. Obviously, I'm assuming based on the properties, it's expanding Bradley. Putting in a bridge of some kind, doing something along those lines. But when I start seeing price and negotiation on meeting minutes, that makes me start to wonder how much taxpayer money is about to be spent. Were the taxpayers asked, is it okay for us to spend this money? And if they weren't, when are they going to be? And if they were, when were those meetings? And so that's something that I just want to bring up, because we're talking about, when we're talking about property, we're talking about a lot of money. Most likely we're talking about expanding public property. Right? And we're talking about taxpayer dollars being spent. And I think we need far more transparency at all levels of government, but unfortunately it starts here. And local is where we have to be involved much, much more, because at the end of the day, we cannot have a government that has an endless piggy bank of taxpayer money. I'm very vocal against Measure DD. I don't like it. I don't like tax. I think it's too much at the end of the day, especially when we have our seniors that can barely afford basic necessity, but yet they're paying an extra 1% sales tax in the city of Menifee. So I think that we need to make sure that we have more transparency, right? If something is out there, if you guys are negotiating something, if the attorneys are over there and they are negotiating for property, whatever that may be, it needs to be transparent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bach. Hang on just one sec. I'm going to ask Mr. Melching, if you don't mind, if you could just kind of help everybody kind of understand the parameters.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. First, to the last two public speakers, I just wanted to make sure that a pattern doesn't develop here. The public comments on closed session items actually occur prior to the closed session. And technically speaking, when we're in this part of the meeting, we're not supposed to be speaking about any agendized item, including those closed session items. But I understand the council gave some leeway for that purpose, and I've got no objection to that. Then second, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that when we do real property discussions in closed session, that is for the purposes of obtaining direction from the city council with regard to price and terms of payment. But any actual proposal to purchase property comes back on an open session agenda, and it is vetted in public. We never authorize final acquisition of property in closed session.
And there's other things that are personnel issues that we do in closed session, and you wouldn't want to violate state laws and things like that and discussing. So there's some things, Zach, that it's appropriate.
I would add, Mayor, that it tends to be the case that if you don't have to discuss your negotiating strategy in open session, you do better in your negotiation. Even though the deal comes back in public in the end.
And I think all of us on the council and probably most people in the audience would say that we want to be as transparent as we can. We'd love to be able to talk about everything, and we should. So when we can, we do. And that's exactly the way it is here. We are a very transparent city. All right, next is Rogelio Benuelos, right?
Followed by Rosie O'Connor.
All right. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me here. Greetings to everybody and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Rogelio Benuelos. I am a proud owner of the newly established Mexican family restaurant off of Bradley and Cherry Hills, Casa Jimenez. It's a wonderful community, and we're very happy to be here. We love the area. We love the fact that it feels like you know everybody. But that being said, I would like to bring up a couple of issues and concerns increasing with the basically just concerns that have been increasing, and for better of this businesses in the community and the benefit of the community. It's without a doubt that we have had a homelessness problem in the plaza. It isn't getting any better, and it's only getting worse. It's all the neighboring businesses and all the interactions that we've had to deal with have made customers, made people, made anybody that's going to that part of town, Sun City, Menifee, a little uncomfortable. There's been a lot of vandalism, theft, loitering. It's left us frustrated. It's left us worried for the businesses. And it's affecting a lot of risk of security for what I would think is the city of Menifee. If we want to keep our city in the top of the safest cities in California, this is something that's got to be looked at. I'm sure it's in the works, but it's getting pretty bad, and the reason why we're here talking about this is because of that. There's multiple incidents where there is large rocks being thrown, damaging glass windows, breaking into multiple businesses. Lady and Bistro is the most recent one, and it seems to be a trend with any new business that's been establishing. I know what happened to Ready Set Game before we showed up. I know it happened to Mama's Kitchen before we showed up. I know it constantly happens to the thrift store. And a most recent interaction was a more disturbing ones where I'm assuming it was a homeless person because of their demeanor and how they were acting. Looked like they seemed to be under the influence. Unfortunately was losing blood, and with the whole feces and human urine that is left around these areas, it's obviously very unsanitary. It's a biohazard. It's something that we cannot have around our businesses. It's awful that it is driving customers away because they feel that it's not very sanitary. But the good thing is that we are doing our best to fight against it. And all I want is to be able to serve the fine community to the best of our abilities. But we can't accomplish that if we have to deal with these situations, and it's just more of a seek for help with our community because we want to see everybody grow. We want to see everybody do good, and thank you all. Yeah, that's it.
All right, Rogelio, thank you. All right, and I
Rosie,
think,
oh.
yeah, I was gonna say, I think Rosie's up next, so welcome.
Hello, my name is Chef Rosie O'Connor from Lady M Bistro. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. I was a proud owner of Provincial Grill, and we were in our community serving you. We've been in our community serving you for almost 13 years. In the 13 years, we have seen quite, we've seen such beautiful things happen to our city. And we have grown, and we are very proud to be part of this community. My husband and I live in Temecula, and we wanted to come back and be part of this community again. And with that said, it's unfortunate that we've had the incidents of the 3 break-ins, well, the 3 attempted break-ins, and our windows, the rocks being thrown in the last 45 days. We have brought something so beautiful to the city of Menifee because we want to grow and continue growing with you. Just in a little smaller situation, it's only 1,400 square feet, but it's something that we can do, and we can grow and become part of the senior community here. I was very pleased to find out today that the chief of police and other city council members, that they did get together to discuss this and to discuss a plan to help, and I am looking forward to a phone call that I will be receiving on Monday. What I ask of you, city councilmen and everybody here, is to support that area of Sun City. It is not as beautified as I wish the rest of Menifee is. I'm sure there are plans to probably do so. I've been hearing about these for the last 13 years, so go get them. We have elections coming up, guys. You can go ahead and impress us. But I do want to see a little bit more interactive, and I would like to see more of our community come and support. When I am addressed and I'm asked to support every one of you, I've seen your kids grow up. I've been there for your life celebrations. I have been very involved in our community. I don't boast. I don't share of all the community service that I do, but I do believe in this city, and I do believe in my councilmen, and that you'll be very much involved. But for now, I do ask you, please support the businesses. They're family businesses, mom and pop businesses, and if we can get your support just to keep us going, then that will make a big difference for now until we get this resolved together as a community. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for taking.
No other speakers.
All right, and I just want to follow up. Thank you, everybody, for coming tonight and sharing. A lot of it's heartfelt, and this is what community is. And if there's a place where the shoe hurts the foot, we want to address that. So thank you guys for being here and sharing those thoughts and concerns. It puts us in the right direction. So, all right, with that, I'm going to move on our agenda now. This is council member updates and comments. Item 8, I'm going to start with Councilman Carwin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank all of the members of the Cherry Hills Plaza for coming out and updating us on what's going on out there. And we'll get anybody who wants their buy away. You can call me. You've seen me in your businesses. My business cards are out front. Please give me a call. If you want me to come out and see what's going on, we can discuss some options. As far as what I've been up to over the past, how long have we been off? A month. I attended the WRCOG General Assembly, and I know that the mayor and Councilmember Sobek were there. We got to hear Sean McVeigh speak, and he was really great. We got to see some updates on what's going on in our area. The Tricon ribbon cutting, I know that the mayor and Councilmember Sobek were there as well. Altura Credit Union ribbon cutting, same, I believe, and I think Councilman Estrada was there for that one. I got an opportunity from one of our residents, Kyle Stewart, who is the Chief of Fire at the March Air Reserve Base. He gave me a tour of the base on behalf of the city, and that was a fantastic opportunity to see what kind of facility this is that's right in our community, and learned a little bit more about what's going on when the planes circle over our heads and doing touch and goes and things like that. Had the opportunity to see 2 Interceptor F-16s scramble and take off. That was a little disconcerting, but got to see that, so that's a great connection for our community there. I attended our employee appreciation luncheon. I think we were all there for that one. That was a great way to honor our staff for the hard work that they do out there. the mayor and I took a tour of the new Menifee courthouse. If you haven't been notified, it's open for business. It opened on July 8th. So cases are being heard there. It's busy as all get out. They're hearing family law cases, unlimited civil jurisdiction cases like personal injury and things like that, and unlawful detainers, eviction cases. There is no criminal going on there, and there won't be. They showed us the downstairs where the holding area is, and they have 2 little tiny holding cells. It's only for 2 reasons. One, if you get arrested because of something you do in the courthouse, or 2, if a prisoner has a family law case that they need to appear for. But there's no transport for criminals there or anything like that, so it's not even set up for it. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't automatically convert it. No bail bonds, no detention office, no probation office, none of that going on there. Went to the Los Amigos second ribbon cutting. They got to have 2, and so I got to attend the second one. I'm glad they did a second one just for me to be able to be there. Mayor was there. We got to have breakfast. It was fantastic. Attended the Wake Up Menifee at Louis' Nursery. Councilmember Estrada, Councilmember Sobek, and the mayor were there for that as well. And then just today, I attended up at Webb Hall. Nick Murch's company put on an ice cream social up at Webb Hall to discuss some options and eligibility for Medi-Cal for some of our seniors, and got the opportunity to tell some people about some city updates there, and they were appreciative to hear that. And then Kayla Charters from our Economic Development Department at the door has a business card for you. I have exact answers to your WM questions, so please call me so I have your information, and I have places that you can, by the way, I'll just make this announcement generally. WM does have a program to bring out your carts for you if you are unable to do that. WM also has assistance programs for low-income and seniors programs, and I can get you hooked up with all of those if anybody else needs that information. WM is Waste Management changed their name to WM, so if you need that information, please call me, and I will get those for you. Congratulations on you being Musician of the Month. Yes, I was also named the Artist of the Month by our Menifee Arts Council, so there was that. It was slim pickings out there. I don't know who came in second.
It was actually Slim Pickens who got second place.
Slim Pickens hasn't had a new album in a while, so.
All right, Councilman Estrada's up next. Thank you, Bob.
Yes, thank you. So as we know in Menifee, we need mortgage-paying jobs, and the city is working hard to establish that. Mayor Zimmerman and I are on a Menifee Innovation District Committee together. And in case you're interested, this innovation district that we're planning goes from Scott Road down to Keller Road along the 215 freeway. And so we're working really hard to try to cultivate and bring technology, biomed, and we acknowledge Menifee needs high-paying jobs. So that happened on June 20th. The next day, on Friday, June 21st, I went to Go Skate Day and Movies in the Park at Audie Murphy, and everybody always loves that. You know, it gives the kids something to do. It happens at night, at dusk, they play the movie. And if you're interested, the next one is this Friday at Underwood Park. So that'll give the kids something to do this Friday. Also, I attended the Altura Credit Union ribbon cutting in the Sun City Plaza. And yes, I just want to know, I just want all the business owners to know in Sun City, you know, that's the Cherry Hills Plaza, that's my favorite shopping center, and Bob, you're very lucky to represent that part of the city, and we definitely as a council care about that Cherry Hills Plaza, and we're definitely taking note of all the comments today. Later on in the month, on June 29th, we went to the Independence Day celebration. It was great celebrating America's birthday. God bless America. On July 22nd, we went to the Los Amigos soft opening. And if you haven't been to Los Amigos, go on, stop by. It is Quail Valley's only restaurant. That is the only one in Quail Valley. So go ahead and go support them. They have really big shrimp. They're not going to be cheap with you, so go give them a shot and support them. Next, I went on Monday, July 8th, to the Menifee Arts Council. They put together a little workshop taking ideas from the whole community of how we can cultivate more art and events. The next day, July 9th, I went to the Pacifica Senior Living Luau, and me and Damian had a little competition, and we both did a great job, Damian. You did a good job with the hula hoop.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, make sure you tell them what kind of competition that was. It wasn't hot dog eating, it was hula hooping.
Yep, just the hula hoop. It was fun. Later on in the week, I think all of us were there at the city council. We went to go to honor our employees at the luncheon, and all of our staff here in attendance. Thank you for all your hard work to make the dream come true for our citizens. July 19th, we went to the second ribbon cutting of Los Amigos, and I think I'm tired of shrimp. Later on in the day, I definitely want to update my council on this. The Canyon Heights community, the HOA in Quell Valley, they have a open voting session now for the HOA, and what they're voting on is the land transfer from their HOA to the city of Menifee. And I went there just with Mariana Mitchell and our parks commissioners and answered questions. We made ourselves available. And so if the HOA approves transferring the land, that could be Quell Valley's very first park. So I'll keep you guys updated on how the HOA voting comes out. On Monday, July 15th, we went to a follow-up HOA meeting with Mariana Mitchell and our parks commissioners up there in Quell Valley with the Canyon Heights HOA. Tuesday, July 19th, we went to the Wake Up Menifee Louie's Nursery. And that is about it. I'll pass the baton.
All right, very good updates. Councilmember Sobek's up next.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to thank those, I think most of them left, who made their comments tonight, and to let us know what's transpiring a little bit over there in the Cherry Hills Plaza. I've been concerned myself. Before we had the Menifee Police Department, I was instrumental in starting the homeless task force in the city, and in my future agenda item, I will ask for an update from our police department on what they're doing about homeless, and the regulations that have come down also from Sacramento will be a good thing to add to that. So I'd just like to start off by saying that, first of all, I attended the Scam Identity Workshop put on by our Senior Advisory Council. I just want to say thank you to our Senior Advisory Council for those volunteers who really bring wonderful workshops and things to our senior community. I attended, and here's a picture, as Councilmember Carwin mentioned, and I'm sorry we couldn't find you to get this picture. We got a picture with the keynote speaker, Sean McVeigh, and I just have to say that he was so inspiring. If you ever get a chance to look him up and listen to some of his speeches where he talks about leadership, selfless leadership, and one of the things I want to share with you tonight, he talked about having a heart. Having a heart is having humility, having energy. As a leader, be accountable. It's all about relationships, because relationships you have forever. And then he talked about mental toughness, and he related it all to football, and that is why he's been the wonderful coach that he has been. Just a little bit of what he shared. I also was invited to attend the Liberty Dinner. The keynote speaker was Johnny Joey Jones, who is an American hero and a double amputee serving in representing our country and in the armed forces, and has given his life to the service of our country. You can see him sometimes on Fox News, from what I understand. I don't have time to watch TV, so next, I attended the Sun City Veterans Group meeting in Sun City. I attended the Southwest Higher Education. I have to give some wonderful news on this. I have been working on this coalition for the last 3 years, and in January, we started meeting, and we've been inviting others, and we have gained traction. And we have identified a place where we can have a 4-year university here in Southwest Riverside County. We are partnering with MSJC. It will be at the Tower to start off in Temecula. We need $18 million to put those tenant improvements in. And I want to give a shout out to our supervisor, Supervisor Washington, and the board, the Riverside County Board, who's approved $5 million to put towards that. We now have raised $6 million, and because of that, we will be able to apply for matching funds. So we are going to have a 4-year here before you know it, where our students here don't have to drive all the way down to San Diego. It's a start. So that is huge. I was at the Southern Gateway public meeting. This is a meeting where all electeds come together in Southwest Riverside County, and we're talking about traffic relief in the corridors. Caltrans is no longer building freeways, and we've got to work together to figure out how we're going to help solve traffic relief in our area. I attended the Southwest Collaborative. Oh, that's a traffic release. Ribbon cutting at the Tricon Menifee neighborhood. This is a new neighborhood down next to MSJC, and they pride themselves. It's all rentals, but it's instead of apartment living, it's housing. It's a house that you have an opportunity, and they've done a great job attracting military families to that area. Independence Day, I have a few pictures on that. I just want to give a shout out to our community service department. The bands were fabulous, and our CERT volunteers were there sharing about what CERT is. If you don't know what CERT is and you haven't taken the free course, please do. It stands for Community Emergency Response Team, and in case of emergency or disaster, you will know what to do, and it's totally free. Everybody was having a good time, and it was a great evening here in Menifee to celebrate, as it's been said earlier, our America's birthday. It's a tradition in Menifee that we do it the Saturday before the 4th, and there's a long story with that. If you have a question, I'll be happy to share that with you. I attended my governing board assignment with the county at the RCA, just to let you know that that plan is 20 years old, colleagues, and they're finding that there's some loopholes that some developers have found to use that plan, and so we're having to take a look at it and maybe reopen that plan. Again, our senior advisory committee, I attended with the mayor, the PACE facility. We went on a tour, and I want to thank Gloria and Anne Marie from our senior advisory committee who showed us that facility. That would be something really great for our seniors here in Sun City. One of our residents who's very active is the interfaith chair. He wrote a book, Casey Crawford, and he had a book launch, attended that along with the mayor was there and his wife, and my husband was there. It was mentioned earlier about the Artisy talk shop with the Arts Council Menifee that was held at the Menifee Library. They're trying to bring the arts stronger into Menifee, so if visual arts, culture arts, if you have anything to do with arts and you want to be part of that conversation, their next meeting is August 12th at 4 p.m. at Menifee Library. I attended a finance committee meeting here in the city with my fellow colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Dinas. I attended the employee summer recognition. I had a Teams meeting about the RCA, had an interview. I attended the Chamber of Commerce yesterday morning at Louis Nursery. They're just doing a fabulous job over there at Louis. And my last picture I'd like to that was the PACE facility, and I had one more. There we go. Los Amigos. I wanted you to see a picture of it. This is a mom and pop family-owned restaurant. Their cook, who created some of their menus, worked at Disneyland. He worked for BJ's, created the Pizookie, and they have something similar to that there. So check it out. It's in Quail Valley on Getz Road, and let's support our mom and pops. That's all I have.
I didn't eat that whole piece of cake there, by the way. I might have shared it with Ricky. All right, Councilman Dinas is up next.
Thank you. Fortunately, I only have 3 pages tonight. Just joking, it's 2.5. On June 26th, I attended the Southwest Communities Financing Authority meeting, which is the animal shelter JPA. At the meeting, we approved the annual budget, and it's about a 5% increase due to staffing COLA increases. The Menifee portion is now at 21.7% of all costs. Again, as I've mentioned, it's mostly because of owner turn-in animals as well as stray animals found in our rural areas. On the 26th, the same day, I also attended a Southwest Teen Now meeting. Nothing to report from there. The next day, on the 27th, I attended the RTA Board of Directors meeting, which nothing to report there. July 9th, as Councilmember Sobek said, I attended the Finance Committee meeting. And then yesterday, the 16th, I attended Senator Ciardo's Veteran Advisory Council. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate your good representation. All right, you guys, I'm going to go as fast as I can. It's been a whole month, so quite a few things. Thursday, June 20th, we had an Innovation District Ad Hoc Committee, which I attended. And then later that evening, let's see, there was a WRCOG's General Assembly, right? Is that right? And then Tuesday, the 25th, at the Menifee Library was the Shaping Tomorrow Together event. And there was a lot of booths with our service organizations. It was a public event held during the day. I joined Councilmember Sobek at the Southwest Higher Ed Coalition meeting in Murrieta. And then there was the Innovation District Public Workshop that we held here. All right, on Wednesday the 26th, I hosted a meeting with our Chamber of Commerce, the city, the Rotary Club, and a Storm representative for that Menifee night that you guys saw. It's coming up August 15th, and it's going to benefit our adaptive sports programs here in the city. So I hope you guys can all attend, and we're trying to have some fun things for us to do in between innings. All right, on Thursday the 27th, there was the Tricon Chamber ribbon cutting. It was great to meet the new residents there, and some of our police officers were in attendance as well. On Friday the 28th, there was a ribbon cutting at Alturo Credit Union in the Vaughn's Sun City Shopping Center I attended, and then the Rotary installation ceremony, and that's where we had George Mills here earlier. His wife Christina was retiring from the president position, and George is taking over, and it was great to congratulate her and then welcome George on board. On Saturday the 29th, some of my council members joined me. There was a Dazo store that's an Asian-inspired store, and we did the ribbon cutting. And so thank you guys for being at that one. Lisa forgot to announce that. And then on Tuesday, there was that weekend, Saturday, after Dazo store was the Independence Parade and the celebration that we had there with an awesome fireworks show. On Tuesday, July 2nd, Councilmember Sobek had mentioned the tour of that PACE facility in Moreno Valley, and I agree with her. That would be a wonderful thing for us to be able to have here, and I think they have a partnership with Neighborhood Healthcare, and that is in Sun City, so there's some opportunities. All right, and then there was that soft opening for Los Amigos in Quail Valley, and so it was nice to welcome them. On Friday the 5th, there was a Foodie Friday. It was a little bit warm, but my wife and I attended that one, and it was great to see so many people out there for that. It's just an enjoyable event. On Monday the 8th, Arts Council Menifee held an art workshop at the Menifee Library. I know Councilmember Sobek and Councilman Estrada both attended that. On Tuesday the 9th, we had a chamber mixer at Pacifica, and it was a luau-themed mixer. It was great to be there for that. At the beginning of that one, I had to leave because I had two other events. Then the next day, RCTC, this is one I want to share with you guys. I think at our last meeting, I talked to you about RCTC is thinking about putting a ballot question for a 1-cent sales tax. And just like Zach Bach said, he doesn't like taxes, and a lot of people don't like taxes. And so after deliberation, RCTC decided not to put that question on the ballot. Unfortunately, we have a wonderful traffic relief plan that included Garbani Road interchange, Scott Road extension down to Wildemar, Keller Road. It also had the Ethanak Expressway going all the way. All of those are major projects that were going to be funded and that were on the traffic relief plan, but because we're not asking the voters to increase that sales tax, unfortunately, the plan got approved, but the funding won't be able to come through with that tax. So we will look down the road, and maybe in a future years, it might be something that is funded. The sad part about it, Caltrans, the state of California, they're no longer in the business of funding roads. And so it unfortunately has to be a local decision. So with that, I just want to share with you guys that that was deferred. All right, let me move on. On Thursday, I did also attend the employee summer luncheon, and then on Friday the 12th, I toured the Justice Center with Councilman Carwin. They're going to have a ribbon cutting in a couple of weeks or so, sometime maybe in August, so looking forward to that. On Saturday the 13th, there was the Chamber ribbon, and that was over at Los Amigos as well, and so it was great to give them a second welcome from the city, and I hope that they do very, very well. On Tuesday the 16th, there was a Chamber wake-up at Louis Nursery, and congratulations to Victor and Rashawn De La Torre. They always do such a great job hosting. I wanted to announce something, and Councilman Estrada might want to hear this. We had a former Parks Commissioner named Tom Gidroyce here in the city of Menifee, and he still remains as a County Parks and Open Space District District Advisory Committee member, and he announced that they're getting ready to start on a major renovation of Cabian Park, and the county allocated $1.2 million. There's going to be utility upgrades, entryway enhancements, a new restroom, a playground, ADA upgrades, new signage. So that park isn't in the city of Menifee, but it certainly serves our community and especially those in Quail Valley. So I want to make sure you knew that that's on the way, and you can share that with the folks over there in Quail Valley. The design's going to start in September, construction May of 2025, so about a year from now, that'll all be upgraded. It's a beautiful park. It's something like 600 and something acres of open space and hiking. It's beautiful. All right, I also, I think I already announced that we're doing our Menifee Night at the Storm. So with that is all I have. Do you guys have anything else to add? Sorry, it's a very long report, but like I said, it's been a month. Okay, we're going to move on our agenda now. This is item 9. It's approval of the minutes from June 19th. Council members, if there's no changes to that, all in favor of approval, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, so those meeting minutes are approved. And we are now on item 10. This is our consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are to be approved in one motion unless a council member requests a separate action on a specific item on the consent calendar. If the item is removed from the consent calendar, it'll be discussed individually and acted upon separately. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on our consent calendar items 10?
I do have one, Zachary Bach on item 10.5.
All right, so we will go ahead and take none, 10.5. Okay, very good. So we'll go ahead and take that, Mr. Bach, would you please feel free to come and share. You're going to talk about 10.5.
Yeah, so
right?
the 10.5 is we're getting a huge grant from the CHP, which is really, really cool. That's really, really awesome. We're getting $270,000 from the CHP.
Correct.
My concern is we're at the beginning of the fiscal year. I was law enforcement prior to this. I was a government purchase card holder. And generally what happens when money comes in large quantities, it gets spent like money in large quantities. And so I just want to make sure that the city has a plan of using that money accordingly, that it doesn't just end up in, no offense to Menifee PD, that it just doesn't end up in their budget to just use how they see willy-nilly, because it is for a very, very specific purpose to basically, eliminate DUIs in a way, driving under the influence of something. And so I really hope that the city has a plan for this money, because that is a large amount of money that can make a huge difference. But I would hate to see it get wasted away on things that aren't actual actionable steps that can be taken. And if the city needs anything with that, a public forum, there's a lot of law enforcement in this city, a lot of prior law enforcement in the city that can probably help create a plan along with Menifee PD.
All right, Mr. Bach, thank you very much. All right, any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No other speakers on consent.
All right, very good. Council members, do we have any items that we'd like to pull for discussion?
10.9, please.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 10.13.
10.12.
Any others? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the balance?
Motion to approve the balance.
Second?
All right, Madam Clerk, if you'd pull up our voting. All right, and I see that passed unanimously, so we'll go ahead and take our first pulled item in order consecutively. 10.9 is our agreement with Decra Light. They're going to do the military banner program services, and I see Ms. Stevens here at the podium, so welcome. Madam Sobek, Councilmember Sobek, do you have questions, or did you want a presentation? Was that Bob that asked for that? Ricky, I'm sorry, I got you guys mixed up. What's your pleasure?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions, and I'd like to bring transparency for the public. And so, Ms. Stevens, if you can help me with that, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I see this is an agreement with Decrolite Industries. And can you share with us how many total banner locations we have?
Yes, so we have a total of 314 banner locations.
Okay. And what is the cost per banner to install?
The cost per banner to print the banner, the commemorative banner, labor installation, removal, and hardware is a total of approximately $270.
Okay. And we ask our service members to pay $150, correct?
$135.
$135.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And so the total cost of the whole program, if we were to start from scratch, because the way I understand it is we phase it in, it's incrementalized because they're held up for 2 years, and so
Correct.
it's not like we install them all 300 at once.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So give or take the 269?
Exact amount is $269.71.
Okay. And with 300 banners, $300 times the
The total for the 314 times the 269.71 is just shy of $85,000.
$85,000.
Yep.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring that line of questioning to bring transparency. And I just wanted to, I know we're approving this and we're not talking about anything else besides approving this, but I just wanted to drop the seed for my colleagues to think about. You know, this program is meant to honor and appreciate our service members. And they signed a blank check for us. And I think we should look at a different way of approaching this. They signed a blank check for us, and so I don't think it's right that we ask them to write a check for $150. So I would be interested maybe in a future agenda item to talk about this and approaching this in a different way and taking care of this program fully at no cost to the residents and our service members. So if there's no other discussion, I'll move to approve.
I would like to say a few words.
Go ahead.
So first of all, it's $135, and and that is that somebody who would like to have a banner the city shares that cost, and the city pays for the balance of that up to $269. The one thing, as I did my research on this, when I brought this banner program forward to have in our city, is what I learned is that some cities that don't do a cost, they're only up for 1 year, and they only do current military men and women. Ours is for all who have served and will continue and are currently serving in our city. We are a new city. We don't have all of the amenities we need here, the retail and the commercial yet. I would love for this program to be no cost. I think that would be wonderful. I shared that with the Veterans Committee the other day when I spoke to them, and a lady mentioned that in the city of Corona, they don't charge them. The city of Corona has been there for over 100 years. We're going on 16 years old. I would love for that. But it is a volunteer program, and we have had tremendous responses to this program. And until someday maybe we can do that, I would love to see that. But right now, approving this, I would like to keep this banner program going, and just appreciate the staff report that you did, Mandy. And I just want to say thank you to all those who have served and currently serve in our country.
So just to be clear, being transparent, we are approving a vendor contract to actually install banners. So we're not talking about are we going to do the program or what we're going to charge for the program as a separate discussion, and maybe it is a future agenda item. But tonight, and I think you made the motion, and I'll second it, to approve the contract for the vendor to actually do the work. Okay, that passed unanimously. We're going to move to the next one that was pulled, and that was 10.12. I think it was Councilman Carwin that pulled it, but I may be wrong. I got it mixed up before. All right, this one's clarifying the authorization of reprographic contract with Canon. Bob, what's your pleasure?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions specifically regarding the choice to lease the equipment as opposed to buying the equipment. And I know that this first came before City Council in June of '23 for the current thing that we're being asked to approve. It's my understanding in talking to some city staff that our printing needs or uses have changed since then. I wonder if that's true, and if so, if our needs have gone down to the point where purchasing the equipment might make more sense than leasing the equipment. Before you start, I am aware that this is technology, and technology ages out. So buying a copier would lock us into that technology for 5 or 10 years, depending until it wears out. So I understand that need. I understand why we approved leasing the first time. But I just want to know if anything has changed in our usage that would flip the numbers mathematically to make more sense to purchase than lease.
Thank you, Council Member. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, people watching at home. Excellent question. We did a full study of our current printing uses back in the May, June of last year timeframe when we were contemplating or needing to renew our copier fleet that we had previously leased. We're coming off lease. We did a 1-year extension because of COVID. Nobody was here. So we did actually sweat those assets just a little bit longer. What we have noticed so far since we did the current lease is our printing is running pretty much the same as it has been for at least the last 24 months. Depending on some particular workloads that are happening, we may see a small spike in 1 month versus another month. And as city staff grows, although we're not growing this year, we are anticipating that there will be continued fluctuations, potentially slight increases in the amount of pages we print. And that's why we're just wanting to make extra sure, extra clear after consulting with the attorney and the finance department that we just want to make sure we're covering with council's authorization the ability to pay for our per page printing costs.
So that was my main question was, I was my understanding that we're moving more digital. So why are our printing pages going up? Why are we going backwards in technology? Why are we printing more now as opposed to less?
Boy, if I could answer that question in 50 words or less, I probably wouldn't have to work.
And you wouldn't have to print it on a piece of paper either, because you could just text it to me.
Yes. That is the conundrum. I honestly do not have a great answer for you other than that when people are looking, proofreading, when we're interacting with members of the public, people like to have that paper. They like to be able to say, it's here in black and white, regardless of if it's on a computer screen or whatever. That seems to be the way humans like to get their information.
Have we assessed the viability of outsourcing printing as opposed to using it on our own per page cost? Because I know that the color is huge because we print the budget booklets, which are quite large and things like that. The graphics that our graphics department comes up with, we have tremendously creative people who are creating these booklets with pictures and graphs and those kinds of things. Have we looked at the cost of outsourcing that as opposed to doing all of that printing in-house? I would imagine those large budget books aren't done by somebody standing at a copy machine in City Hall.
No, and I'll look to see if any of my finance colleagues are here. As I understand it, for particularly to use your example, those budget books, those are actually outsourced because you're right. You don't want to have somebody standing there for 16 hours watching a copy machine run. They can't do all the binding and things like that happens. So some of our very large, very specialized publications are in fact outsourced. What we're talking about here is, that 3-page, that 2-page, that email that I just need to walk across the hall and talk to somebody. Those are the kinds of documents that we're looking at here. There are some that are fairly large, but it's not like, that 500,000-page budget book that's all color and those kinds of things.
So our day-to-day usage that the original assessment was based on, you're telling me is roughly the same now as it was a year ago when we assessed it the first time, or a little over a year ago, 13, 14 months?
Yes, sir. Based on the monthly invoices that we're getting, it's holding very steady, plus or minus 3 to 10%.
Okay, if that's the case, then I don't need any further information. I was just concerned if it had changed over the past year. With that, I move to approve the item.
I'll second. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Puccinelli.
Okay, and item 10.12 passed unanimously. We are now on item 10.13, and I believe Councilmember Sobek pulled this. This is our MOU with Arts Council. What did you have in mind?
Yeah, I don't need a report, Mariana, but I just want to say that I'm really happy to see this MOU with the Arts Council Menifee. With our amphitheater being built, this is going to be a tremendous asset to the city to have this partnership. But something I did want to bring up, and it kind of is going to go with another item that we have later on maybe, and that's the business license. So when I attended their meeting, there was one of the artists that was there, and she was sharing with me that having a city business license to be able to be at an event was difficult, and that she will do art shows in other cities, and just by going there and participating, there is a group for that event. There's a group one time, not individually, but as a group, say the nonprofit, they're able to get a business license for that day. And so I'm asking if that's something that we might be able to look at. And I'll mention this again when we talk about business license, but in particularly I wanted to talk about the Arts Council because it was brought up at their meeting by one of their artists. And so
Yeah, I do have some information to share regarding that. The Arts Council Menifee does have a nonprofit business license, which is $4 a year annually. And the MOU, the intent of the MOU was to allow artists that have a membership with the Arts Council to be able to sell their artwork in partnership with us under the Arts Council business license.
Oh,
so they
that's
shouldn't have to
wonderful
pay the
news.
additional $23.
Okay, that's wonderful news. I'm glad you clarified that, and we could bring it up and talk about it. So I would like to move that we approve 10.13.
And I'll second that, and I'll just add a little bit more discussion. I'm really pleased to see Arts Council and the city coming together in a symbiotic relationship to help each other. They can help with advertising of events and programming at the new amphitheater when it's done, and whenever we're going after grants, they can write support letters and do those kinds of things. And it's good then for us to reciprocate by allowing them to use our facilities and maybe waive some costs and stuff. So I think this MOU is a step in the right direction, and I hope it continues to build on that. So.
Well, speaking as the artist of the month.
Yeah, yes. You're the most qualified to speak. You support this, Bob?
You'll have to wait to find out, won't you?
Yeah, I'm waiting where I'm on bended knee. Look at that. All right, it passed unanimously, so thank you, everybody. All right, we are now on item 11. This is a public hearing item. There's one. 11.1 is the Menifee Complete Streets Plan adoption, and I believe Miss Jenny McConville is here, and she's going to introduce the item as well as our consultant with K2A.
Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jenny McConville, and I am the management analyst for the CIP Division of Public Works. And for the last 18 months, I have had the privilege of being the project manager for the Complete Streets Plan. During the development of the plan, we had a very robust community engagement process, and we were lucky enough to get some really great feedback from the community. And it was very clear to us that the Menifee community is deeply invested in their quality of life. And through adoption of the Complete Streets Plan, we will move towards a safer, more equitable infrastructure for all users. I would like to thank our project advisory team members for volunteering their time. Our project advisory team was made up of community stakeholders who volunteered their time to ensure that the final plan reflected the best interest of this community. I would also like to thank our project team, our consultant team, Riverside University Health Systems. They made our community engagement process very successful, and Kimley Horn as well for their dedication to ensuring that our priority project plans were to the T, dot all the T's, cross all the I's, other way around. And I would like to especially thank K2A for their dedication to ensure an exceptional and great final product for us. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Joe Punselin from K2A to give our presentation tonight.
Thank you, Jenny.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joe Punslin. I am principal in charge of this project with KTUA. I'm going to do a quick agenda on what I'll be presenting tonight, the Complete Streets Plan, kind of a background on the plan, public engagement efforts that we completed, the data analysis that was part of the project, and then the project priority locations, a little bit brief description on that. Funding was administered by Caltrans, so it was a grant-funded project through the Sustainable Communities Transportation Program. We did start it just over a year ago, February 2023, and we're hoping to get it adopted tonight to finalize the project. Just a kind of a quick overview of the Complete Streets. Really, it's a plan that will create a guide towards a safe and comfortable citywide network, accommodate modes of travel, primarily focusing on transit, walking, biking, and automobiles as well. We know there's a lot of growth here in the city of Menifee, so we wanted to ensure that our plan also looks at the ongoing efforts that are already occurring, making sure that what we're looking for, what we're designing, and what we are planning for does line up with the city's general plan policies, as well as the community values that we understand is very important here. We also looked at the development, as I mentioned, as the city's growing. We want to ensure that our projects line with the development that's occurring within the city. So a lot of our projects, we did reference the development projects that are occurring and making sure our projects and our recommendations align with those as well. And it's primarily to ensure that future development incorporates the other recommendations that were included in this plan. So we were also fortunate to be a part of the active transportation plan that was completed a few years ago. That was step one, really, in this in the realm of active transportation planning, really looking at a citywide network. This plan was really phase two, looking at actually designing some priority corridors that would be grant ready for HSIP granting, ATP grants, or even SS4A grants. We did do quite a bit of public outreach, and that was really one of the main cruxes, the main tasks of this project. We had an online and in-person presence, so we developed a website, online mapping, online surveys to really get the word out throughout the community, and using our project advisory team members to kind of spread the word and get input for those that weren't able to attend many of our workshops. We did, one of the main resources for our program was really the project advisory team. We met 4 times throughout the course of the year, and they were instrumental in the development of our projects, recommendations, and really helping us guide the outreach plan as well. We also were going out and doing pop-up events, so presenting the project at 2 different events, in Independence Day celebration last year, and then later last year, the Clean Air Day Expo. We were able to work with SCAG and provide some demonstration projects from SCAG's Go Human Kit of Parts, so that was a very well-attended event. The main highlight of our community engagement process was really a 3-day charrette that was held in multiple days in September. Our first workshop was at Heritage High School, well-attended workshop. We also, earlier that morning, we had a PAT meeting, and we were able to do a walk audit along Hahn Road, just to kind of walk with the project advisory team members and kind of get an idea of some of their concerns along Hahn Road, Newport Road, that sort and that area. It was a warm day, so we didn't really want to keep everybody out there too long. Then later that night, we were at Heritage High School. The next day, we were at Paloma Valley High School, a very, very well-attended workshop. I think we had over 40, close to 50 people attend. The track team, the cross-country team of the high school also attended our workshop. We got a lot of good information from that workshop as well. And then Thursday, we had 2 events. We did a morning walk audit with the Sun City Civic Association. We did a walking bingo with them, and to kind of educate on Complete Streets components around the Sun City neighborhood. And then right after that, we did an open house at the Case and Nacero Center, and kind of wrapped up our multi-day charrette with that event. While most of our input was provided by the community, we did do some data analysis as part of the program, which was also built upon the active transportation plan. We looked at destinations and attractions throughout the city, particularly where future destinations are going to be being implemented, looking at sidewalk and bikeway gap analysis throughout the major projects, particularly the projects that were coming from the original active transportation plan. We looked at collision safety analysis is a very important part of these types of planning processes. So we did some hotspot analysis and really looked at where some of these, the trends in bicycle and pedestrian collisions were occurring throughout the city. but also looking at where people are currently walking and biking throughout the city. So we use some big data, replica data sources to kind of identify where some of these hot spots are, where some of the improvements can be made, where we're already seeing trends in walking and biking. Through that process, we really had the community tell us what were their priority projects. These projects were really vetted from the ATP and built upon that particular planning project. These are the 5 projects that came to the top, the area around Paloma Valley High School, Newport Road, Antelope Road, Hahn Road, and Scott Road. I'll briefly go over some of these. Paloma Valley High School became our top project, primarily because of the feedback we got from the residents and the students at that high school. Really looking at formalizing, whoops, let me go back here. Formalizing parking along Paloma Valley Road, Craigs Avenue. This one is, oh, okay, apologize. It's not going. Okay, Newport Road, Paloma Valley High School is looking at installing bike lanes on Craigs Avenue and Bradley Avenue, but also formalizing parking on Craigs Avenue. That was one of the main input we got from the students was there's kind of informal parking in front of the high school, so we wanted to ensure that we're adding a sidewalk, adding some urban greening, some bicycle lane, some buffered bicycle lanes, and really formalizing parking for that area. Newport Road, looking at between Town Center Drive and Menifee Road, and looking at installing a multi-use path on the north side of Newport Road, really to connect the 2 bike lanes that end within Newport Road. There is right-of-way between the road and then the development on the north side to kind of squeeze in a Class 1 facility to really get people off the road and into a safer facility to be able to travel between the 2 bike lanes within Newport Road. Antelope Road, a north-south connection east of the 215 between Aldergate Drive and Holland Drive, installing buffered bicycle lanes through that area and really connecting, making a major connection to MJCC. Hahn Road, this was actually brought up quite a bit. It was making sure that we can have better pedestrian and bicycle access to the town center. So we're looking at buffered bike lanes, but also installing some additions to the trail and a connection to the future ped bridge going over the Paloma Wash. Here's an example of the Hahn Road facility, looking at bike lanes between Town Center Road and Holland Road. And then finally, Scott Road was another project that was brought about through the process, looking at really reconfiguring the intersection between the 215 and Scott Road, adding bike lanes through that facility as well. The remaining projects, while they did not go into the CAD level design, really was going into the schematic design, looking at what other things can happen along these corridors. Again, looking at the development that's occurring, but rather than going into design level, these are providing some other high level recommendations that can be put forth towards future design. As part of the plan, we also looked at implementation, some of the strategies for implementation to get incorporating into a CIP program, pursuing grants, but also phasing some of these projects. What are some of the low-hanging fruit of these projects that could occur? And so we were able to kind of look at high, medium, low future implementation for these projects, kind of lay them out in this plan. And then finally, we did include funding sources. So other grant funding sources, whether it was state, federal, even local funding sources that the city can pursue. The city already has pursued, particularly, for example, this project to get funded through Caltrans to continue planning efforts, but also sidewalk improvements and bikeway improvements. Sidewalk, curb ramp, and bikeway improvements from the ATP have already been implemented by your city. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
All right, Mr. Pensallen, thank you. We appreciate the great update. Council members, do we have any questions? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, what I'll do is open the public hearing. It is 7:58, and I'll ask you, was this legally noticed, and do we get any correspondence on this item?
It was legally noticed, and no correspondence has been received.
Do we have any public speakers wishing to speak?
No, we do not.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is 7:59, and council members, any discussion? Hearing none, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution?
I actually have a comment.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. I've never asked this before. IT, is it possible to put my screen up? Is that possible? I don't know if we can just do, no, you can't do that. It's just a monitor. Okay. going through all this, the trend is that we're trying to enhance bike continuous activity and safety for bicyclists, and there's a lot of things here that are going to require some design and planning and effort. One thing I'd like to know if we can do kind of right away that won't cost us probably more than a couple $100 is on McCall Boulevard, on Chase Bank, right in front of Chase Bank on McCall. It's red, and then there's 3 parking spaces. Wow. And then it's red again. And we've been finding that bicyclists, if you go to, can you put up slide number 17, IT? So slide number 17 on the right, you'll see McCall Boulevard is there kind of above the shield, and you can see the intensity of biking volumes. And what we're finding is that bicyclists going by the parked cars on Chase Boulevard, there are doors opening and they're moving out into traffic. Residents have asked if we could just red that whole block and remove those 3 parking spaces along McCall before we get into all of the bike lanes and greening and all of that. If we could just make that curb red so that the parked cars aren't causing a hazard to bicyclists, it seemed to be a quick fix we could do as we're getting ready to prepare all of this stuff. And I don't know if that takes an agenda item or a repurposing or anything like that, or if we can just, if I can go out there in the middle of the night with a can of red paint and do it myself.
Councilmember Carwin, I can have our traffic engineering division review that area.
Thank you, because it is red before and after. It looks like it's just for the purposes of using the ATM, but people do go into the bank, and it's highly dangerous for bicyclists, and it falls into this plan.
Mayor Pro Tem Dinas is next.
Thank you. Maybe I wasn't listening fast enough, but on the priority projects, you have 5 of them. What was the determining factor that we only took those 5, or why those 5s were the top projects?
Through the community engagement process, we had
so
residents.
There's one.
Those are the ones that the community told us
okay,
were high priorities for them.
Okay, so one of those people that thought like number 6 was a high priority, just not high enough, or not enough people that wanted that?
Yes, and then we also did do additional recommendations, maybe not the CAD level, but after the top 5, we did do some additional recommendations, but at a higher level, more of a side note on whether you do add bike lanes, sidewalks, that sort of thing. So the recommendations are still there, just not at the detailed levels as the top 5.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question.
Okay.
So actually a comment. I just wanted to thank you for your community outreach. And I guess maybe a question. Will this complete street plan, which is a great roadmap for our city, work together with our CIP and our city strategic plan? So even though residents may have picked those 5, we've got priority 1, 2, and 3 in our capital improvement project, and then there's the strategic plan. So will that all work together?
Councilmember Sobek, great question. This, like you said, this is a roadmap. We have multiple plans that we use, obviously the ATP, the Parks and Trails plans, now this plan. We try to incorporate whenever we have a resurfacing project or some type of project in our CIP, we look at these plans to help us identify what improvements were recommended for those sections of roadway. But we also go after potential grant opportunities specific for these projects. So we utilize it in that aspect as well, and in land development. When we have a land developer coming in that is proposing some improvements along one of these corridors, we try to incorporate those improvements as well. So we use this on multiple areas to help us direct and guide us in designs of our roadway network system.
Okay, great. So I just love that it's not going to be a plan that's just going to sit on the shelf, that was done. And I want to thank you for reaching out to the high school students, because they're there in front of their high schools day in and day out. And a lot of times our young people have really good input. So thank you for reaching out to the high school students, and that's all I have to say.
Yes, of course. Their input was very valuable to this project.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Great. I'm just catching up to the whole presentation, I think, here. But on the projects, is this now, we will concentrate on these 5 and then move down once those are finished? Or is it like the CIP that we can identify if something happens or something changes that maybe they may move up and down on the list?
That's correct. We will try to prioritize them in the order when we're going after grants. because that's how we rank better, as if they're prioritized higher in our own documents, but we will utilize these as projects come forward through our own CIP programs or development programs. So we will try to incorporate them that way as well. We might hit something that's at 20, but that's because it aligns with another project that we're working on that has ranked higher in priority in our CIP project.
Great, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's no other comments, council members,
I do. I'm in the queue.
sorry, Bob, you're not in mine, so I'll go ahead and call on you. Go ahead.
I apologize. How about that? Am I in there now? There we go. With regard to item number 2, which is the Newport Road, as one thing I don't see incorporated here is signage, increasing signage for cars coming down who don't realize that that right turn lane going eastbound doesn't go onto the freeway. And what we find is that a lot of drivers make a sudden left turn, which is kind of going across the bike lane, and it endangers bicyclists who are going through there, because I know the bike lane has to be on the left of the right turn lane, but people don't realize that that doesn't extend. And I was wondering if this plan would include any kind of a signage or warnings or more advanced warning to motorists that they're not going to be able to make that maneuver.
We are working on a separate work order for that condition already.
Good,
So,
thank you. I don't have anything else.
I'm holding you to that.
I'll make a motion that is this approval that we need? To
Yes,
approve
what we're
this,
going to
to
do is
accept this?
Yeah, we're adopting the Menifee Complete Streets Plan.
So I make that motion.
Okay.
I realized I was hitting my microphone button instead of the request to speak button, so that was operator error by me.
Operator.
So I want to make sure that I want everybody to know it wasn't the mayor's fault. He wasn't ignoring me.
I'm following the rules. All right, so that passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on. We're on items 12s now. These are 4 discussion items. The first one is 12.1. It's Gail Webb Action Sports Park Restroom Project. And I see Mr. Bryce Howell is on his way to the podium. Welcome, sir.
All right, hello again. So as I'll go forward with this, the Gail Webb Action Sports Park Restroom Project. So back in April, we brought forth to you guys for a restroom, for a pit restroom. At that council meeting, it was advised for councils for us to look for either different opportunities, different options that were there, grants, and different ways that we could. So you guys granted us some time. We looked for that. So we researched potential grants, different various platforms funding platforms that we'd be able to get anything. And we weren't able to find any kind of grant or anything for a restroom that would be able to use in that for the park there. So that was our first step that we did. And then from there, what we did is we're bringing back a couple options that we have that we think are definitely usable at the park. From those 4 options, we actually brought to our Park and Trails Commission before we came here. So that's what in June. So as you can see, the very first option, we have that asterisk that's on there for the sewer line. We had a unanimous from our Park and Trails that was recommending that option that's there. But I'll go through these options so we can discuss them, or you guys can discuss them. If I have any questions, we can answer that. So what we have is the sewer line restroom. So it's a prefab restroom, but then there's a sewer line in either a pump station or anything that might have to be installed. We're looking at a little over $450,000 minimum for the installation of that, but that is a permanent solution that's there. Also, and then option 2 is the prefabricated, the prefabricated pit restroom, and I'll go to that next slide once I do that. And that's going to be $178,000, but that isn't a sewer line; it's a pit. It's just like just like you see at a national park or anything like that. So we have to get it pumped out every once in a while. That's there throughout the year. And then we also gave option 3, which is we were recommended by council to look into the trailers like that are used at events and that. So that's what the cost of that is. It's $140,000 for those trailers. I'll show it on another slide. And then the option 4 is to keep it the way it is and maybe build like a little structure for around that. And the reason we have no cost on that is we're paying the $21,000 right now a year just to pump those out. But we have in our current budget that's budgeted for this year to be able to build something around that, and I'll show it on a different slide. So total cost of the 2 restrooms, option 1 and 2, they're pretty similar there. One will have plumbing, one will not. They'll both be solar options, so the light will be lit like that. We don't need electricity to it. But they are the annual maintenance cost for janitorial is the $12,000. That would be the same on both of them. But the annual maintenance on the pit tank would be around $31,000. But the total cost of the construction of that, like I said, was $146 compared to the $445. The options that we have for the sewer lines that were there, and this was the reason that we were going for a cost-effective solution. So it wasn't that we were saying no to a sewer line when we were bringing that. We were trying to find something with the budget that we had, and that's why we were moving forward with that cost-effective for the pit tank. So as you can see, where the restroom is, sewer lines are 500 feet, 800 feet, and another 900 feet in 3 different directions that would be able to tie into. But some of them wouldn't be able to be gravity fed, so we'd have to be able to do either a pump station or something like that just to be able to use this, and that's why the cost of that was a little higher than just like a regular sewer line. And then those other 2 options that we have, so option 3, that this is just, it would have obviously a ramp up to it or anything like that, but it would be a trailer similar to this. Again, it's just it's a fancier portable restroom, you know, that's there that you would use if we were, and that is the cost of the installation, and that would be purchasing it, like if we did something like that and use it later somewhere else at a different location, we'd be able to move that. And then just staying with option 4, which is just what we already have budgeted for our pump state to pump that out, that $21,000, but we would build something around it, just as that example you can see there, just to kind of make it aesthetically look a little nicer. You know, just for the public street view, that's where, but it's still a porta potty. It's still going to be the exact same thing. And now if there's different options that we can do, if we wanted to move forward with option 1 and do that, we could always do something like this in option 4 in the meantime or something, you know, or even with any of them that's budgeted this year. So it's not going to cost any extra to be able to do that, to enclose those a little bit just in the meantime until we did something else. But that's all I had for those. If you guys have any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Howell. First question's coming from Councilmember Sobek.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Bryce, Mr. Howell, for working on this again. I know that you just have a certain budget to work with, and that you're trying to do something within that budget. And I'm kind of wondering if we need to still just continue to, maybe we can raise that budget. But I do have a couple questions. Okay. When you reached out for grants, did you reach out to Eastern Municipal Water District?
I do not believe we did.
So I've learned that they might have different types of grants for different programs, community, neighborhoods and such. So maybe we can do that. And then I had a question. Did you look into septic? I know that area, those houses over there, in that area have septic.
We have, but it's at a park facility, so you wouldn't be able to have leach lines that's going out into a park, going into the usage of the park. So, and also with the environmental issues that we've done there, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay, that was a question I had. Okay, so all right, I'll hear the rest of my colleagues, and then if I need to share something, I will.
Other questions, council members? And there's Councilman Carwin.
In looking at the presentation, I know when this came to us, we had given, I guess, an initial recommendation of the pit restroom, and then that went back to Parks, and then they recommended the full sewer line?
They recommended us looking for council for the sewer line, correct.
Was that based on the anticipation of finding some sort of grant?
That could be, yeah, there was different options. So we could do, currently we have $200,000 that's budgeted for that. So we would be able to do a design if we wanted to and look for that into the future and possibly do, so we could phase it. So we could do the phase one would be the design and figure out exactly the exact cost of it, you know, where we're gonna, what sewer lines, what's gonna do that, and then find the funding within for phase two to be able to do that on that option. But they were recommending, because public wanted it and everybody that had come in for that meeting is for the sewer line. So they recommended with that.
So the pit restroom that's looked at there, is that something that can be converted into a sewer restroom?
No, it's not.
So if we change our minds later, we'd just be starting all over again?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions, council members? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
I do. Amanda Lawful, followed by Michael Knighton.
All right. Thanks for coming, Ms. Lawful.
Thank you, Sally.
You got a fan base.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and community members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to voice my support for the Parks, Recreation, and Trails Commission's recommendation to install sewer restrooms at the Gail Webb Action Sports Park. As many of you know, the Gail Action Sports Park is a cherished facility in our community, drawing visitors of all ages from all over the world who come to enjoy its unique amenities. However, there's one significant aspect where this park falls short compared to the others in our city: the lack of a sewer restroom. Imagine for a moment that you're spending a day at the Gail Webb Action Sports Park with your son, daughter, or grandchildren, or perhaps at the park's upcoming 2-year anniversary this November. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon and the park is bustling with activity. Suddenly, you find yourself in need of a restroom, and all you find are porta potties, or one of the less favorable options being considered. Now picture the same scenario for different patrons at the park. First, a new mother arrives with her baby and small children. After some time, her baby needs a diaper change. She looks around for a suitable place to take care of this essential task, but instead of having a clean and comfortable place, she ends up changing her baby in the car. Next, consider the park's namesake, Gail Webb, who just celebrated her 80th birthday. Gail has been an inspiration to many in our community, promoting active and healthy lifestyles. She deserves the comfort and dignity of a proper restroom facility when she visits the park named in her honor. Our patrons deserve what every other park visitor in Menifee encounter at our other parks: sewer restrooms. These facilities provide a higher standard of cleanliness, accessibility, and convenience that are essential for everyone, from the youngest to the oldest park goers. Approving this recommendation is not just about infrastructure. It's about showing that we care about the experience and well-being of all of our residents and visitors. Let's ensure that the Gail Webb Action Sports Park meets the same high standards as the rest of our city's park. In the last few days, over 120 signatures of support were collected from those that frequent the park, including BMX legend Eddie Fiola and Gail Webb herself. We are confident the City Council will do what's right and move forward with building sewer restrooms. Thank you for your time and consideration. And then I have the signatures if you guys would like those.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can probably give those to our clerk.
Michael Knighton, followed by David Faust.
All right, welcome, Mr. Knighton.
Mayor, council, I'm not going to beat that. I'm not going to beat David Faust. I look at this, a 4-year-old grandson, granddaughter on a pit toilet. Come on, give them a real toilet. Give them water, wash their hands. Give them drinking fountains. Don't let them crap on a pit. I mean, it's a 4-year-old, 3-year-old, 5-year-old. Don't just find the money. Give them a proper toilet. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, and Commissioner Faust.
Thank you. Excuse me, just a little coughing fit there. Just wanted to explain from the Parks Commission why we recommended the going with the flush toilet sewer restroom. And we looked at all these options, and I was even considering initially the pit toilet option. But and I'd asked staff to look into a a leach field, a flush toilet with a leach field option. And as Bryce said, the environmental constraints there just wouldn't allow it. But as was mentioned, this is a world-class facility, and it deserves a world-class bathroom. And just for comparison too, which was not mentioned in the slides, under ideal conditions, to put a bathroom at a park like we did at Lyle Marsh, I believe the cost was around $350,000 in that ballpark. So comparing that to the $450,000 that's proposed here because of the constraints with the access to sewer, there's not an easy sewer connection just right out in front. There's some issues with depth and slope and access that's going to make this project a little bit more expensive than a typical park restroom. But we feel it deserves it. The public spoke at commission at our commission meeting last month and requested this option, and so we want to just give that our full support to you. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
No other speakers.
All right, so, and it's great.
I would like to speak.
Oh, okay.
May I?
Debbie Mannion, go ahead.
I'm going to go the opposite way on this. I've been to the park many times. It's right down the street from me. I've spent a lot of time there giving awards out to kids wearing helmets. And then they are not there that long at a time. I've sat there and watched them, and they're come and go, come and go. So I don't really see the expense of the $500,000 restroom for families and kids that really are not at the park as long as they're at other parks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mannion. Any other speakers? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind going to the podium, telling us your name so that we can get it in the record, please.
My name is Shelley Hobbs. Yes, my son and we adopted the pump track. We haven't been there because we've been grieving our family members, but it is definitely something that we need at that track. I'll be there handing out helmets or stickers or any events or just doing my job pulling weeds, and we have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry, when I go to the bathroom, there's feces all over the floor. There's toilet paper all over the floor. And I have to squat, you know? I mean, if you need a visual, I'll give you a visual, but you have to squat. And sometimes it's really hard. The toilet paper is gone. I mean, we're using butt gaskets, you know, to go to the bathroom. And it's just not practical. I have a lot of students from KNMS that go there that love that pump track. And I keep track of them with helmet up. And I just talked to Danny Araza yesterday. He's like, Miss Shelley, I was over there. And I was like, why didn't you call me? Because I wanted to see him over the summer. But there's a lot of people that love that pump track. And using that one bathroom that has graffiti all over it, flies because of the heat, and it doesn't smell good. I'm just gonna be honest, it doesn't smell good. And it would be amazing if we could get a facility that's locked, like the Audie Murphy skate park that I've been to and done events to. It's nice, you know, they are able to use the bathroom, and there's sanitary facilities and everything of the sort. It's just something that needs to, it was such a great park for our families to come to, and a lot of people travel to come to our pump track. It's just something that needs to happen. We're there for hours. I mean, I'm not there for hours because I can't do all those amazing tricks. Let's be real. I mean, she can and he can, but I can't. And I watch them and I'm just in awe. And they're there for hours in the morning before it gets hot. They're there for hours. So I don't know if we need to hold, you know, the pee-pee dance, whatever, but it would be just nice to have something that's sanitary, that's good for our kids, and even the babies that go there with the little pump track. They need to use the restroom. So it really does, it is a necessity. And I appreciate you to take the consideration in it. And I'm here to support her and everybody in regards to the Gail Webb pump track. Hi, guys.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Any other speakers? All right, we're gonna go ahead and, Madam Clerk, I don't know, did I ask you about correspondence? Did we receive anything on this?
No correspondence.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we'll open up for discussion. We can still ask some questions of Bryce, Mayor Pro Tem's in the.
Yeah, on the staff report, it's showing that, and in your report, it's showing what, 445,000 plus for option one. Is that just for construction and installation of the restroom itself? Would the hooking up to the sewer be an extra cost?
You
on
mean
top of that?
450,000?
457, right?
457.
Okay, 457.
Yeah.
Right now I'm looking at just construction, not the total.
So the 457 is total of everything, and that's not like an exact cost. You know, the sewer line, something could cost a little more. That's why they had the plus. But we're averaging. That's what we would think, estimating that it would be.
But does that include hooking up to sewer?
Includes hooking up to sewer,
Okay,
the actual
good.
purchase of the prefabricated restroom. So that's a complete project.
And you had mentioned you had 200,000 in the budget this year?
Correct.
To go towards that?
Correct.
Okay. Personally, you know, our parks, we always brag about our parks, how first class they are. I've never seen a first class park with a portable toilet. I can imagine. I mean, now I don't go out there much because I'd injure myself and some of the things they do out there. But I think, you know, as a city, we should take pride in every park that we have. I guess part of the, you know, the part about the pit restroom, you know, 31,000 a year. That's a lot to. I don't know how many times that equates to having you have to go and pump it out.
It's twice a month, but it's
Twice a month?
Yeah.
Okay, to me that's almost 20,000 more than what would be if we had a restroom. So I mean, eventually a regular restroom would pay for itself and reduce maintenance in that regard. So I mean, quite frankly, if we could do something like that, that'd be great. I don't realize we don't have the funds, but it'd be nice to kick this back to staff and say, hey, Councilmember Sobek, she gave a possibility where to find a grant and look for the grants and then use some of the design to start working on that. It may not happen this year, but we could start looking for other funding opportunities to make that happen. And just, I mean, we do have restroom facilities, as good or bad as they may be. Sounds like we need to get someone out there and take care of it more often.
We'll definitely look into that. It's cleaned twice a week now, but over the summertime, I'm sure it's a lot more busier.
use,
So
yeah,
we'll
this time
definitely
of
look
year.
into that.
Okay.
Yep.
So I mean, that's my thoughts on it.
All right, next up is Councilman Estrada.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Lawful, I commend you on your activism. 120 signatures is no easy feat, and I appreciate you rallying the community and bringing that as evidence to the council. That way, we think it's not just you. But yeah, ultimately speaking, guys, we don't have the money, right? We're short, and that puts me in a difficult situation because I want to be a good steward and fiscally responsible with the money, but we don't have the money. And we shouldn't be in this situation. A couple reasons why. I was looking at the staff report. We're using the diff-wide city account to pay for this and the local Quimby Park account to pay for this. And we pretty much drained those accounts on the amphitheater. $1.1 million on the amphitheater. And, I voted against that. I thought it was wasteful spending at the time. And, some people pushed the narrative that we couldn't spend the money on anything else. It had to be an amphitheater. But here we are in this situation. This is the perfect example where we could have used that money to patch up our deficiencies, our infrastructure, things that are already in place instead of spreading ourselves so thin. The second thing I wanted to bring up, and then I'll wrap it up with, we increased our savings account by 40%. That's millions of dollars. And I mentioned previously, hey, we could use that money now. We shouldn't be putting it away. We have needs. We're a growing city. We should be addressing the needs now of our infrastructure. And I invite a lot of you to come to the city council meetings more than just when you need something, because it's very enlightening seeing the way things progress. And now we're here without any money. So, man, now our residents have to wait to address these sanitary issues. And it puts me in a tough spot. I know we have these needs, but we have to take care of the kids. Ultimately, this is a big regional attraction. It's a highlight of our city. It makes our city unique. And we have to, I support it. We have to deliver this, and we have to deliver a proper restroom. I'm sorry it can't be today, but I support it going forward.
Okay, next is Councilman Carwin.
I just want to address something that Councilman Estrada said. We can't say we can't spend money on something because there might be something else we could spend this money on. Otherwise, we'd never spend the money. If we spend the money on this restroom, even if we do the pit version of it, well, there's another $150,000 that if another project comes up, the money's gone for that also. I'm not so sure we could use the amphitheater diff money for this project anyway because of the proximity to it and the relation. But that being said, the other thing, one of the pillars of your presentation here is the unique identity of the city of Menifee. The one thing the city of Menifee has that nobody else around here has is this pump track. It is something, I've been out there, talked to people who come from all over to go to this pump track. It is the one draw we have in the city of Menifee that no one else has. I love Olive Garden like the next guy, but there's a lot of cities around that have an Olive Garden. But there's nobody around that has a pump track of this size, this variety. It's a marquee item. It's something to build a city identity around. People go, great, I'm going to travel all the way up from San Diego to go to the largest pump track in Southern California, and the bathrooms are gross, is the way people are going to leave the city of Menifee. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't have the budget for it, but I would like to see this item brought back for another budget expenditure to add to the funding to it. So, because we have the money, we have the general fund, we can allocate to it if we need to get it done. It's just in different pockets. We need to take another procedural step administratively to move the money to this project. But we have the money. We're not in debt. We're not broke. So we can get it done. And I think it's ironic that we're having this discussion on the day that we just gave it a commendation and award to our Parks Commission for their suggestions and stewardship and guidance, and then we're debating going, but those guys are idiots. So I think, they looked at it and they said, this is something that represents our parks, this represents our city, and I think even though it's more money, it's something that would represent the city better and provide better for the residents. I think based on my respect for them and their history and our words here tonight, that's what I would like to see done there.
All right, thank you, Councilman. And Councilmember Sobek's next in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I was really boisterous when this came before us the first time that no pit restroom. And I wanted a quality restroom. I know it's going to cost more. I know we may not have it budgeted for this time, but we will have a mid-year cycle review. And so my vote will be to go with a permanent restroom and if we can look at Eastern Municipal Water District to see if they have anything where they can help us as we go through this process. But I appreciate our residents who've taken the time to let us know what those who attend the park would like. And that's what we do here at the City Council. I'm here to make decisions on what is best for our residents. I do feel that a permanent restroom is best. I remember when way back on the Parks Commission, when they first started, we had an issue in the city of Menifee where we had several parks taking them over from Riverside County that did not have restrooms. And we have been working one by one to make those permanent restrooms. Yes, they've cost, but we have a Parks and Trail Commission who recognize, and we have a city council that recognize that quality is important to us in the city of Menifee. It may take us a little longer, but we are new, better, best, and we want the best for our residents. So I will vote that we will have a permanent restroom.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and add that I also agree with let's make it the best it can be. I think, as Councilman Carwin said, this is a special, unique park, and I got to give Bryce the credit for it because I think this was your idea and you saw it through, and it came out to be something that was awesome for this community. But the point I want to make is it's such a great idea and it's such a wonderful thing that it deserves the best. So I agree with Councilmember Sobek. Let's go with that first option. We'll find the money. We have it elsewhere. We can transfer. This council has the authority to do that, right? And so we're going to ask the city manager, let's see if we can be creative and find the money and make this happen sooner than later, okay? All right, so with that, does anybody want to make a motion on this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Second.
We approve a permanent restroom.
I'll second.
I second. I think I beat you, Dean.
All right, thank you, Bryce. We appreciate the good presentation. All right, so I see that passed unanimously. We're going to move on now. This is item 12.2, and it's business license fee. And our Deputy Finance Director, Margarita Cornejo, is here to present the item. Welcome, Margarita.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I have a short presentation for you guys today on our business license fee review. The purpose of this item in itself is to provide an overview of the city's current business license program and fees as they stand, and then collect feedback and direction on any proposed potential modifications to business license fees. The item itself was a request from council in October of 2023 to just look at our business license program in the spirit of looking at any options to make our fees the lowest in Riverside County. So with that, I will go through the presentation, giving you guys an overview, the current fees as they stand, and then collect any input and direction the council would like to provide. So the city's municipal code, chapter 5 specifically, is the section that governs the business license program that the city operates since we've incorporated. It is important to note our business license program is a regulatory business license program and not a business license tax program. The distinction of this is important as nearby agencies and just agencies throughout the state will go with one of two paths. As a business license program, it functions more in the area of supporting and providing the necessary regulation and record system for businesses being conducted within the city of Menifee for the purpose of protecting public health, safety, and welfare of city residents. Whereas a business license tax program, which the city does not have, is more of a revenue generating mechanism used to support the delivery of services. Business tax programs are typically structured on different components. It's going to depend on agency from agency, but oftentimes will be established on things like gross receipts, the type of business, and so forth. Whereas a regulatory program such as ours is a cost recovery program where the fees are established to basically recover the cost of implementing the program in itself. Ultimately, our program and the issuance of our license help to assure that any business operating is adhering with all federal, state, and local requirements. So it supports the current strategic plan really in two key kind of goals and objectives. That's the safe and vibrant community as well as thriving economy. We understand our businesses support the amenities to our community and are a partner in the quality of life of the community. The city's business license ordinance as it stood was originally adopted in incorporation from the County of Riverside, and then it went through a comprehensive overhaul to make it more tailored for city needs in 2019 with some additional updates in 2022. The business license program is housed under the finance department and is currently administered by one full-time employee. That's Mrs. Susana Nunez, who is our accounting technician. And the program, again, is structured as a cost recovery to recover cost of implementing the program, with a most recent update completed in 2022 as part of the citywide comprehensive fee study. To provide some background on what is the amount of revenue the program generates, it's about $150,000 for 22-23, and in the year that we just completed, it's going to be over $200,000. Licensing, as at a glance, is really kind of structured in these 5 key steps. And to give you an idea of kind of the size and magnitude of the current business license program as it exists in the city, it is just under $3,500, almost 3,500 businesses, my apologies. And it is split almost evenly between out-of-city businesses and in-city businesses, all of which are required to pay in the initial application a base fee of $78.19 and a mandatory state fee, our CAS fee of $4. And then there's an annual renewal fee of $58.64 and the mandatory $4 CAS fee. To provide some context in the size or universe of our current businesses, 10 years ago, there was more about around 900 total. So the volume of businesses that serve our community and that are processed and go through the renewal and application has just grown year over year as a reflection of a growing community as we are. The current fee structure as it stands here gives you the different categories of business, again, license applications. The $78.19 is the city's fee for our cost recovery, and then there's the annual registration fee of $58.64, and then there are some other miscellaneous expenses that can apply, such as the change of mailing address and physical address, and then we also provide for single-day event business licenses for those businesses that are within the city that are supporting our city events, but really are operating on one day. It is a lower amount. And as mentioned, for applications and renewals, including the single-day event business license, there is a mandatory $4 CAS fee, which is a state-mandated fee. It provides support in the education of building and safety accessibility requirements. The city retains about 90% of that CAS fee, and the other 10% is remitted to the state on an annual basis. Do want to identify and clarify there are other fees. They are not business license fees directly, but they can apply in certain situations for in-city businesses, and these are things such as a zoning review fee, which is about $42.18 right now. It's a one-time fee that is applied during the initial application, and it covers the cost of the planning department to review the business's conformance with the zoning code. Then some businesses, not all, but some commercial and industrial businesses are also subject to an annual NPDES inspection fee. It is not a business license fee. This is a separate inspection that is required to comply with the overall NPDES program. But in the recent years, the agency has worked to consolidate and streamline that process as part of the renewal so that businesses can see all these kind of applicable fees put together. Similarly, there is fire inspection fees for some commercial and multifamily businesses, which is also consolidated as part of the renewal process. These are not included in the listing above because, again, those are separate type of inspections, just unified and consolidated for purposes of streamlining some of our administrative processes. When it comes to waivers and exemptions, the city does have some built waivers and exemptions as it stands in our current program. That includes a veteran-owned exception for veteran-owned businesses, which waives the full amount of the business license fees, as well as the CAS fees. So veteran-owned businesses are not required to pay anything related to business license in itself. Additionally, for nonprofits, the business license fee is fully waived, and the only component that is paid is the $4 CAS fee. We also have a senior discount or SSI disabled business, which provides a 50% discount for new applications or renewals of the business license fee. And then there is the mandatory $4 CAS fee. Lastly, with our fees, we do prorate them by quarter. So as the year progresses, we apply based on a proportion element. So that's factored in as an element as well. During the application process, if there is an application that is denied or a renewal that is not, it is refunded back to the applicant in itself. So this concludes our presentation on the business license program in itself, the current fee structure, and we are open to answer any questions and collect any feedback and direction on any proposed or potential modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. Great presentation. It's very informative. Council members, do we have any questions for Margarita? Okay, Councilman Estrada, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo. I had a question on the changing of the mailing address and the physical address. Why is it $39 to change the mail? I'm sorry. Why is it $39 to change the physical address and $6 to change the mailing address? Is more work put in for the physical? There's a lot, some more comprehensive.
Application in itself, yes, there are more documents that have to be reviewed to validate the entirety of it. Whereas an address, it's just that simple element. So both the 39 and the 617 during the cost study analyzed the amount of effort staff spends on each of those tasks.
Okay, and then my last question for now, the zoning review fee for $42. Is that a City of Menifee fee, or is that a state mandated fee?
That is a City of Menifee fee, but again, it is based on our cost study that was updated in 2022. The equivalent, or it reflects the cost of that planning staff to provide that service.
Thank you, Ms. Cornejo.
And I did want to note, I don't know if I mentioned it already, but when before the 2022 study, the city's original fee was $39, and from 2008 to 2023, when the update went, the city held its existing fee basically stagnant with no escalator or increase to that. So for about 14 years, the city had maintained a $39 fee.
Margarita, can you just clarify the rates that we charge for business licenses and all of that is just for cost recovery, right? There's no profit or money that's stashed or earned by the city by this?
That is correct. We have a regulatory program, so ours is not a revenue generating one. It breaks even at the rates we have established.
So if we were to attempt to lower the cost for create an incentive or something for businesses, that would have to be absorbed elsewhere. We'd have to, it's like squeezing the balloon, we'd have to.
That is correct. So it would be basically a subsidy that would have to be replaced for delivering that service by other revenue sources that, often are shared and directed in providing other municipal services.
I think that when this item was requested to be discussed, that there was a request to have us be able to compare, I guess, that $58 cost to other cities around us, see how we match up, and if there's a way maybe we can bring that down a little bit in order to be known as a city that's got the lower fee, right?
Right. So that's a challenge in itself because it's hard to get the apples to apples and orange to orange comparisons. First you have the distinguishing, is it a business tax program or a business license regulatory one? So if you separate out even the business tax ones, because those are revenue generating, so they're not going to compare to the structure that we are. Then you look at those that may have a business license regulatory. Well, their fees are established on the way they implement their programs and the staffing that they have directed towards ours. Our program, for example, does have unique components that maybe not just unique to us, but maybe a nearby agency does not have, are things like our special business types, which now go through background and fingerprint coordination with our police department, and that element of enhancing that safety side. So when the study was done, it factors those kind of discrete unique elements of it. So while we can say a neighboring agency may have something similar, the amount of staffing and the components of their program might not exactly match line to line.
Okay. I had a feeling that was going to be the answer. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
Yeah, under the zoning review fee, are there particular businesses that fall under that, or what? I mean, well, if you have a home business, are you going to have to pay $42?
In the initial application, yes, just to have the verification that they can practice that particular type of home-based business doesn't have any issue.
So irregardless of what business it is,
in-city businesses pay that
okay,
initial.
Okay, it is rather bizarre, but I have to think through that one because, some like they have the the in-home cooking things and things like that. So if they get a business license here, they'd have to pay $42 on top of the $78 to show that they live in a neighborhood and they have a kitchen that they can cook in. Essentially, that's what that means.
They'd be getting the clearance for planning for that zoning element, and then the business license fee that we charge is to do all other elements.
So it's not specific on, I mean, I could see if you're going to have, auto mechanic shop or a body paint shop or fabrication, shop or something like that, you need to do that. But when you have legitimate home businesses that charge $42 to say, yes, you're in a home and it's a business you can do in your home. It's just, to me, that's just an extra fee that I think we need to look at.
Okay.
Sometimes there are businesses that want to operate in a residential zone, and it's good for the city to investigate what is that business. Is it going to create any kind of nuisance, noise, air, stuff like that? So, Lisa Sobek, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. So just, Mark, thank you for your report. So I just want to be clear here. So if someone has a home-based business and they apply for a business license, does somebody go out from the city to check the facility?
Physically in person, no. They're going to be submitting an application with the applicable supporting documentation. If it's an in-city business, it's going to go through planning to verify the zoning elements and any backup information they may need from it. But physically going on site, there's not going to be somebody going there to that person's home.
Okay, and what about a business that is in a retail or in a commercial
They're
area?
going to go through a similar process. Oftentimes then they're also going to be having to go through building and safety, because then there are building and safety requirements as well that need to be cleared.
So there is a visit to those places?
Through building and safety, not through business license.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All right, I see no more questions. So, Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on this item?
I do. Michael Knighton, followed by Lori Garcia.
All right, and I think Lori left. No, oh, there you are. You're hiding behind Damien. All right, sorry about that.
Hey guys, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. In 2022, we did the PIA workshop in the morning. We then did a pre-council meeting, special called meeting. That was the day of the power outage. Then we had the public hearing on this back in 22. Nobody ever mentioned business licenses, mentioned park fees, rentals, things like that. In fact, I was the only one that mentioned business licenses. Nothing happened, so I'm back. Maybe we can get something going on. I did mention, not publicly, but I sent an email to Lisa. At the time, I think we were paying $35, then it went up to like $60. I am a contractor. I pay the state of California. I got my bonds. I got other licenses that I got to pay for. It took a while, but I'm all now on a 3-year schedule. Bob, you might have to do the same thing with the law firms, different schedules. I like to see the business license on a 3-year schedule, or a possibility of a 3-year. First year full, second year maybe 75% off, or you pay 75. Third year is 50%. That way, as far as the gal goes who has to do it, instead of putting 2025, she puts 2028. It costs no additional money. The city does make money to help recoup the $800,000 that they're short on their fees, and it's a win-win. So I'd like to see maybe a 3-year license. If you're serious, it's no big deal to pay $175 or whatever that license fee is over 3 years. But look into doing something like that rather than reducing the $60 right now to the $35 or $40 or whatever it used to be. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your idea, Michael. Ms. Garcia is next.
Good evening. I'm a small business owner in real estate, and I received a notification from the city of Menifee that I was not in compliance and operating a business without a license. And that surprised me because as being a real estate agent, an independent contractor working for Berkshire Hathaway, to my knowledge, none of my other agents, and I even asked around, I even asked outside of Berkshire Hathaway to see if any other city or any other area was also requiring that their individual real estate agents secure a business license. And all my answers that I got back from everybody was a big fat no and heck no. So, but you know what? I did it anyways. I went through the process, filled out the application, submitted it to Susanna, who was very sweet and kind. Bless her heart. She did not, you guys did not recoup your cost on me. I'm going to tell you that right now. Susanna and I just became a back and forth series of email messages because I, like a lot of independent contractors do, we have our real estate licenses in a corporate name. Many of us do that. And so they have LLCs, they have incorporated. I do too. And my Berkshire Hathaway right down the street here was my corporate address because that's where all my business mail goes for my real estate license. Well, the problem came to when me and Susanna were trying to figure out how to fill out my application, and the building department and the application process was requiring a square footage. Well, how do you calculate a square footage when I'm not in a permanent desk, a permanent enclosed office? I don't own that office, but it's in a commercial center. Okay, there started the problem. So at the end of the day, Suzanne and I are scratching our heads, and she's like, Laura, you need to figure something out. I said, well, what do? I go in, I sit down in an open area, not even a cubicle. I guess I'll just put 20 square feet. I literally wrote 20 square feet. She said, okay, well, now I need to get the building department to approve if they have to go out and inspect. Are you kidding me? Okay, so she gets information from the building department, and they said, no, I guess in this case we don't have to. Pay your fees. Okay, so fine, I pay my fees. 1 year later, time for my renewal. Guess what? Lori Garcia decides, for a lot of other reasons, I decided I'm going to move my business home. Too much aggravation, too much nonsense of things going to Berkshire Hathaway. They didn't ask me to, I chose to do it. So my renewal comes in the mail, I go online and I attempt to try to renew my business license. But guess what? I can't. Why? Because I have a different address now. I'm using my home address in Menifee. So, Susanna, what do I do? Well, Lori, we're going to have to
Ms.
cancel.
Garcia, your 3 minutes is
You
up.
guys need to finish hearing the story, if that's all right, Mayor.
If you can bring it to a close
I
pretty soon,
can.
Lori, please.
So, long story short, they had to cancel my existing business license. I had to fill out an entire new business license application and pay the whole new fees. I don't know what, Ricky, you brought up about the name change and the address change. I wasn't given that option. Cancel the license, fill out the new license, and I finally got my new license. So 2 things. Do real estate agents have to have a license, a business license? Because not just me, don't single me out. You better go after every other real estate agent as well. And number 2, you need to streamline the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garcia, and we can ask that question.
Thank you.
All right, any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No
All
other
right,
speakers.
And Margarita, do you mind helping us with that? There's a question, is a realtor seen as an independent contractor that has their own, I mean, maybe they're doing their IRS reporting that way and that requires them, I don't know, maybe you can help.
Yeah, I mean, if they are separately reporting things, we do treat them here historically as separate. Now, the confusion on the mailing address and the change, I'll have to follow up with you separately. I apologize for that confusion on it, on the specifics of it, but yes.
All right, council members, any other discussion on this item? Go ahead.
You know,
Mayor.
the multi-year registration is intriguing to me. If we went to, say, 3 years, like it was suggested, what additional work does staff have to do if you register once and it's good for 3 years? What happens on an annual basis? Do you go back and look at them every time? Do you inspect everything?
So when it's a renewal application, it is a shorter version of it, and you're just
Right. No, I'm saying
from
If
staff
you had a
members.
3-year business license, what additional staff work would be involved?
It would be in between year 1 and 3.
Yeah.
There wouldn't, we just have that as
Okay,
active
so
in-house.
$78 can go for 1 year and go for 2 years and go for 3 years. To
In
me,
that
it's,
circle.
it's, you save businesses $58 a year for 2 years by not having to renew it, and the city's not out any additional money.
In that way. The only element, I guess, recommendation from staff would be to leave it as an option, because some businesses will say, especially if they're out of city, I'm not sure if I'm going to be operating in your city for 3 years.
That's fine, they can
Yeah.
pay the same amount and stay in business for a
Yeah.
year here.
Yeah.
But the residents located, or the businesses located here in Menifee, I mean, it's like trying to remember to renew your license.
Yeah.
You know, you go for so long, you may forget, you can send out a reminder, or pay your car registration every year. If they don't get the notice, then yeah, you get dinged on it. But if there's no additional cost and there's no detriment to a residence for having a 3-year license as opposed to a 1-year, it would save our businesses, at least $118 or $16.
Or if it's applied as a discounted, as was suggested, element scale, yeah.
Well, I don't see why you even have to
do
charge them for years 2 and 3 if you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
I agree with that, and what we're doing on this agenda item, you guys, is just giving some direction to staff. They can come back and bring us back something, but I think it came from Michael Knight, and it was a good idea. If they do a 3-year license, that's 2 years where staff doesn't have to really do much, and so it's a way of saving costs, because all we're doing is cost recovery, and if we're not spending staff time in those second 2 years, there's nothing to recover, so good idea. All right, let's move on. Councilman Carwin's next in the queue.
Well, if we're going to take the discussion there, why do we charge multiple years at all? I mean, why make it 3 years? Why not just make it a city registration fee, and then that's it? If it's because is the business going to be, well, if the business changes, they've got an I think that the idea of having to renew the license, it places the burden on the business to reevaluate whether any of the circumstances have changed. So my question to staff is, why does a business that is established have to pay fees again? If it's just a cost recovery and there's no cost, why not just make it a one-time registration fee? Other cities do it as an income driver. If we're just doing it as cost recovery and there's no cost associated with it, why do we do it?
Well, in the renewal exercise itself of validating every year, there is still staff time that goes into that. It is going through inventorying all the existing businesses, noticing them, then processing in those. So it's also a fine balance. If we did why not do a full 10-year, then the likelihood that a business could have any changes would be harder to validate, to be like, did anything change? Because if an ownership changed or address changed or any structure of that, then it's not the same business operating there anymore. So I think if we go down the path of, or this council is giving the direction to look at multi-year, we still want to set some parameters of how many years seem as a way to be able to be comfortable enough where the agency is going through the process of, okay, this is the business that's still license that's been issued. Has anything changed? Doing that kind of effort, exercise of sending out notices to businesses and letting them know that there's that element. Another component that I guess for the in-city ones that in the presentation we addressed was the inspection fees that we've kind of unified together with businesses. So for example, fire inspections are for those required on an annual basis. If we move those business licenses to be only done on every 3 years, then the fire inspection itself will have to happen independently, separately, and kind of right now when the two are married, they're kind of reminding and putting the business every year to do that. So there are some nuances in some of those businesses, some considerations that we'd want to explore to make sure that they make sense.
Thank you, Margarita. Next in the queue is Councilman Estrada.
Thank you. It's hard to start a business in California, that's the reality of things lately. And the reason I brought this up was to incentivize entrepreneurs in our city to start that mom and pop, bring those local amenities. We're such a growing city that, we don't have as many amenities as other cities to accommodate all of our needs. And so I brought this up to help start up the little guy, the micro business, the businesses that make less than $50,000 or $25,000, and giving them that head start. My idea was to waive the first time new business registration, waive the $120 just to get their feet off the ground. You know, Forbes came out with an article last month that Americans now are 80% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and just to start the business is the hardest part. And so I wanted to give our micro businesses, the mom and pops, an opportunity to start. And I think overall, if we stimulate the economy like this, bring entrepreneurship, the sales tax revenue can totally offset these cost recoveries. So I wanted to bring this to stimulate entrepreneurship and help the micro businesses.
Councilmember Sobek's in the queue.
Yeah, I have one more question. In the staff report, you mentioned that a business license in this program is, one of the purposes is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the city residents. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so again, this program serves in marrying it to ensure that the purpose of it is it's going through ensuring all federal, state, and local requirements are met before a business license is issued. And so that's kind of when we introduce, for example, the special business type requirement that now requires these particular type of businesses to go through a background and a fingerprint element. It's in partnering with the police department, a way to ensure that any business that's going to be operating lawfully within our city that has a business license issued to it has gone through the appropriate clearances. And in the cases of like those businesses that have some extra elements of it, they've gone even a further step than the initial application, but gone through like a background and so forth.
Thank you. And I remember a few years ago when we looked at this, and we made the decision to give, is it veteran-owned businesses, they are exempt from this. Have any taken an opportunity of that? Have we had any?
Yes, we do. And we do apply regularly exemptions for both nonprofits as well as veteran-owned businesses. The ones that we are not as often used, but we have had a few, are like the in-city senior-owned businesses. We did implement that as well, but we have had some requests on that, and we have processed some of those as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, Armando, did you want to kind of share your thoughts?
Yeah, Mayor, I just kind of comment that it sounds to me like there's a specific type of business that is what's causing concerns, right? I think it's the small business, maybe the home occupation permits, business license, because really there's on the spectrum of business licenses, there's a lot of businesses that are covered, right? It could be a bank, it could be a restaurant, it could be a huge warehouse that houses hazardous materials. So that's why there's a need to make sure that it gets the zoning clearances and inspection clearances to make sure that that business is going to be conducted in a safe manner, to protect the employees and to protect the visitors. The same for a bank, the same for a hospital, the same for, I mean, not a hospital, but a medical center. We just need to make sure that there's minimum standards being met for those that are visiting and those that work there. Things like restroom, things like electrical outlets that are maybe unsafe. So all those things need to be inspected before we sanction or we issue a business license to operate. It seems to me like there's probably very little that we do for those smaller businesses, right? The home occupations, the realtor that's operating in one of the bedrooms or one of the offices. So perhaps we should focus that conversation on those types of businesses and not blanket overall, because there's just too many differences. We have zoning standards, we have building standards. There are some uses that are not allowed in commercial zones or industrial zones. So those things need to be checked. Otherwise, we will not have order in the city. So if your direction is for us to take a look at these other uses that are really causing the friction with the with the realtor community, with the small business community, we can look at that and maybe we can separate those and carve out a different fee structure for that, if that's the pleasure of the council.
I totally agree with that, and thank you for chiming in with that. And maybe there's a way where it can be realtors and similar businesses like that are negatively affected by the requirement to pay a fee, but maybe there's also a total income of the business. If they're like Councilman Estrada was saying, let's say they do some small service thing and they only make 50 grand a year, something like this might be a barrier that stops them from even being able to move forward with starting a business. So I kind of like where you're going with this. And Armando, you got great suggestions, so I like that. Mayor Pro Tem Dinas.
Yeah, well, I don't think the business registration program is driving, inspecting commercial and industry property to make sure they're safe. That's separate than getting. They don't do all that just to pay $78 for a business license. That's done separate. I mean, so, but I don't mind. But I don't mind keeping that. But I still think for our independent operated businesses and the startups, I see no reason why we can't do multiple years. If you're going to start a business, you're not planning on doing it for just 1 year. You're going to do it for multiple years. I can see limiting to 3 or 4 years maybe, and then redoing that just to make sure they're still in business, so we can have make sure that they're still doing the business they say they're doing and things. But if you want to save a business money, don't charge them almost $60 a year just to renew a license, just so that a city staff can do some paperwork. I think it'd be much better to go and do it for 3 or 4 years.
Give them the option to do that. 'Cause some may
Right. I mean, they can do for 1 year if that's fine. It's still going to be the same amount, because for the first year there's still the same amount of work to be done. And if it's 1 year, it's 1 year. I guess you could put a little box, I'm only going to do it for 1 year or multiple year. I don't care how that works. But I think for the regular, like the mom and pop type of stuff, the independent operators, I see no reason why they would not stay in business here. That's their goal. And just to cut them a little bit of slack, as it were, and to save them some money to just do it 3 or 4 years. They'll save them, having to renew it, and we still can track those businesses in the city to make sure that they're legitimate and all the other stuff, without having to do it every single year, because that's still staff intensive, and we could use staff for other things than just pushing paper of doing renewal of business license.
That's right. Councilman Estrada.
Yeah, I think we have a really good discussion, and we're trying to save residents money and be business friendly. And there's a couple ways to go at it. Either we save them the money in the renewal stage. I like saving them the money to start off, because that's the hardest part, to start the business. And then once you get the blood flowing, you can kind of keep up a little bit. So yeah, it just depends on which side of the candle we want to burn and help them out.
Councilman Carwin.
Yeah, I'm the only one on the dais who pays the business fee. So I've got that perspective. Right, so.
Now we want to raise it.
That's right. So I vote to eliminate all fees for legal-based businesses. Look, from what I understand, my experience, and I'm also a member of the Chamber of Commerce and Rotary. I talk to a lot of local business owners. The purpose of a business license for the city is to make sure that the business is in compliance, to make sure that they're meeting the standards. And there's a lot of out-of-the-gate staff requirement to make sure that the city, the residents are safe, that you're not, building explosive devices in your garage as a startup business or something like that. So there's burden on the city to make sure that this business that's coming to town is safe. Based on, these fees, they're some of the lowest around. I think the initial startup time, waiving that puts the huge burden on the city because we're expending resources without getting that compensated. And if you're going to start a business, I'll just be frank. If you're going to start a business and you can't afford $120 for fees, and that's the barrier to your business, you may want to rethink your plan a little bit. Because that puts the burden on us to protect everybody else. So I think I do agree that not having to think about it for a couple of years does take a burden off. So if you shift it, compared it to a driver's license, how long is it in California? 10 years? 5 years? It's a long time. You don't have to renew your driver's license every year. And when we've heard that staff doesn't have a huge burden for existing businesses who aren't changing anything, and you put a little box in there saying, if anything changes, you're aware, you've got to call and let us know. Different type of business, different location, that kind of thing. But I don't think that the city's interests are protected fiscally. Being fiscally responsible wouldn't be waiving the initial fee, because then we'd be incurring staff usage and hours and times without being compensated for that. We'd be spending taxpayer money on these businesses over and above more than $120 or whatever the cost fee is total, but giving the incentive to have multiple year licenses, so once you get it, you can set it and forget it for a couple of years, I think is an incentive to a business. And if you know that these fees are here, you can anticipate it and build it into your business plan. If you're getting a loan to do tenant improvements or things like that, bucking up an extra, $200 for the city fees to get everything done while you're gathering all of the money for the startup is, you're gathering materials for your business, all those marketing materials, all those other kinds of things. So I think the city's residents are protected well by the initial startup fee, and I think the business's interests are protected well by a multi-year license.
Agreed. In the interest of not being here till midnight, Margarita, do you need anything else on this?
I have 7 more points to make.
Do you feel pretty comfortable?
We do. I just want to clarify, it is the request of the council then to explore multi-year licenses. There will be some discussion also with the software to do, because we will be looking at the structure and there's that element that we'll have to research to get back to see kind of the timeline of what something like that would look like. And if there's any more, are you guys still looking at just broadly all type of businesses being eligible to multi, or are we talking about more the home-based ones that are not subject to other inspections and such like? If there's any clarification factors that you guys want to provide, so as we go back and explore, we're aware of that.
Well, for me, because it's a health and public safety issue, I concur with what our city manager had mentioned, that a real estate person who might have a home-based business or a home-based business, and then you have the list, so I would take staff recommendation. There are some businesses that do need to be, that are sensitive and that do have the police do the background and such. So that would be my thought.
When it comes to real estate agents, they're not I guess they are self-employed, I guess, because they're independent contractors with a brokerage firm or whatever they're called. I'm not a real estate agent, so I hope I use the right terms. But there's a lot of independent contractors. I'm not quite sure how that fits in. I hope you take a good look at that to see, I'm trying to think, for the health and welfare of the city, if you're working in an office but you're an independent contractor, is there any potential harm to the city on that regard? I don't know. Okay. And on the home-based, the last time we looked at the business license fees, we had a special group where the PD came and asked us, here's some ones that need more than just apply for a license. They need fingerprinted and all that kind of stuff. That we took care of. But on the smaller home-based ones, surely there's some kind of way to identify certain type of businesses that wouldn't require a zoning review if they wanted to do it in their home. you know, I don't know, if you're a barber and you cut hair in your garage or something, I don't know, I just pulling that out of the air.
Okay.
Or things like that,
Maybe Armando can help us.
So I think I'm reading that, you know, what we can do is, I'd like to take a stab at working with staff to identify some of those uses that require less requirements, less checks, right? And I think we can develop a list, bring it back to council, and then we can, you know, maybe think about what the fee structure should be for those. But I gotta say though, that when we did the user fee study, we did analyze what it would take to process that permit. So they did an analysis of how many people touch that application and what they do with it, to make sure that by the time they signed off on that they've met the obligations to meet safety standards, zoning requirements. We can take a second look at those smaller businesses, home-based. You know, I can think of a lot of home-based businesses that would cause me caution, right? There's home-based businesses like gun dealers and things like that, and not having the structure to be able to regulate that would allow anybody to do any business, right? And you know, there's a lot of things that we just don't allow in our city because it's not safe. Things like cannabis sales and things like that. So the whole purpose of the program is to be able to have a little bit of a control of what happens, and to make sure that things don't get out of hand with those people that want to conduct business in our city. So, but I'd like to take a stab at working with staff though, and identify those uses. There's a lot of them, trust me, there's a lot of uses. A lot of people that conduct business in our city do a lot more than just real estate consulting, office work, that we can probably put an inventory of those and bring back to council and say, yeah, we've identified some of these that maybe these meet the objectives you want, right? To be able to offer the smaller business, those businesses that don't make a lot of money, maybe a subsidy on the fee structure.
Everybody comfortable?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Margarita. We're going to move on our agenda. We still have another item for discussion, and that is the first reading, introduction of an ordinance establishing regulations for unruly and loud conduct. And I see our Lieutenant Paul Barbieri is here, so welcome, sir.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Yeah, I'd like to introduce a new ordinance. It's unruly and loud conduct ordinance. As many of you know, and maybe some of you don't, the police department has been in existence for the last 4 years in Menifee. During that time, we've come to discover that there are some types of disturbance calls that we go to that are not covered by current municipal codes. We've also realized that there are several locations within the city, mainly residential areas or specific residents, where our officers are going out time and time again for the same types of calls. So I know in the staff report it references a 2022 number, but the slide's updated. So between July 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2023, officers responded to 11,688 calls for service related to some types of disturbance complaint, and some of the call types are up there on the slide. Of those calls, 5,607 of these were to repeat locations. That means officers went out to the same location time and time again, and when they do that, they go out with multiple officers, and it's difficult to get compliance sometimes from these residences. Again, we also discovered that there are some types of calls that are just not covered by our current municipal codes. You know, the most common types of codes that we would use, there's a noise control standard specified in Title IX of the Planning and Zoning Code. It talks about certain decibel levels that can be heard from certain distances away, interior versus exterior, on specific days and specific times. So it's a very specific code that requires the use of decibel meters in measuring devices to determine if this municipal code is being violated. We also have one that references underage drinking and parties. So we're really limited in how much enforcement we can take a lot of the times. So we wanted to introduce a couple things in this ordinance. We wanted to define unruly conduct, and then we also wanted to establish administrative site ability to kind of encourage people to consider their neighbors, be mindful neighbors. A lot of times when we go out to these residences, we talk to them, we give them a warning, and they're more than happy to comply. They'll bring the party in, and you don't hear from them again. But there are some that are they just have no consideration for their neighbors, and it causes a strain in that community. So to offer some incentive, like we do with other municipal code violations, we wanted to apply our administrative fines fee structure to those multiple responses out to those residences. This ordinance would allow for a more effective enforcement quality of life issues, decrease the necessary response times to these types of complaint calls, and just the number of responses that we have to allocate for these types of calls, these disturbances. There's no negative fiscal impact, and it allows the burden of the cost of our service to be put onto those people that continually cause heartache in their communities. So again, if we were to pass this ordinance, it would decrease the number of responses that we would have to make to these locations, and it would also potentially increase our response times to other calls because we're not having to go to the same house or the same location over and over again. So if anybody has any questions?
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. I do have a question from Councilman Estrada.
Thank you, Lieutenant. My question for the citations, is this for violations all in the same day, or is it spread? Oh, you had a violation in the beginning of the month, now your warning came at the beginning of the month, and now the first violation kicks in at the end of the month, or how does it get enforced?
So if you look at our code enforcement structure, if we have to go out for the same type of call, then the fines increase, right? So this would be if we go out to the same house on the same night 3 different times, we would be given administrative citations that increase exponentially with each visit after the initial warning.
Okay, so to clarify, if violations happen on different nights, the warning resets?
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
Other questions, council members? Councilman Carwin?
Yeah, I'm looking at the ordinance, and I know that there was a red line correcting an error regarding the California Constitution, but what I'm looking for is the definition of loud conduct. The staff report references section 9.215.060 of Title IX of the Menifee Planning and Zoning Code, and the whole time you were talking, I was looking for that code section, and I can't find it anywhere to look at it, but more importantly, it's not referenced in the ordinance. So can somebody tell me where in the ordinance it defines what loud is?
In the proposed ordinance or in that 9.210?
Well, what I'm saying is the proposed ordinance doesn't say see section 9.215.060 for what loud is.
Mm-hmm.
And it just says it's illegal to engage in unruly and loud conduct. And unruly is defined with a lot of examples, but loud is not.
So loud would be applicable to the section that we already have listed in the municipal code. So if it was over the certain decibel level, we would issue citations for that code. It's actually, and it might be a misprint, but it's actually 9.210.060.
Okay, so even the staff report is wrong.
The staff report I have says 9.210.060.
Yeah, I've got this one. It says 2.5.060.
Yes,
so what
that's
I'm
the
saying is
slideshow.
the staff report slides are wrong, and it's not mentioned in the ordinance. So if the police came to my house and cited me for this, I'd say, what are you using as your standard? And you'd say the code section that's not in the ordinance. Cool. That makes it difficult for me to comply. So, and is it on the website somewhere? I can't find it anywhere.
It is. I had the same challenge, for whatever it's worth.
This section, Title IX, is really difficult to find.
I've always found that frustrating. If you go to the Menifee Municipal Code page, Title IX, and then you click on Title IX, you'll be referred to a different page, which is where the whole planning code is, and it's there. I found it. I did that tonight. So it is there, and 9.210.060 does provide two things. It provides noise standards, so decibel levels that have to be exceeded before a noise violation would exist, and it also provides hours after which noise that can be heard in the interior of an adjoining home would constitute a violation.
Those standards are fine, and we've had those standards for years, but why aren't they identified in the ordinance? Why are they cross-referenced here saying loud pursuit? Because we get a possibility of cross-contamination and inconsistent rulings.
I'll leave it to Lieutenant Barbieri to provide his explanation, but I'll take the first shot at that. I think in some instances, the noise ordinance is under-inclusive. That is, there are some instances where brief but very loud noise during daylight hours, not after 10 o'clock at night, can constitute loud and unruly behavior, but it wouldn't violate the noise ordinance because the way the noise ordinance standards are set up.
Well, that's exactly my point, maybe it doesn't.
Well,
how do you enforce that?
Ultimately, you enforce that in the judgment of the police department. And keep in mind, the place where you see the reference to noise in the ordinance is after the words disturbances of the peace. And so what they're really looking for is disturbance of the peace. And one example is including without limitation as a result of loud noise associated with a party gathering or an event. So the judgment that the police department is making is whether there is a disturbance of the peace. And that's what informs whether they would enforce under this ordinance. And yes, it is as written. By the way, I'm not saying we can't change it. We can absolutely change it. We can write in the words, that in order to be a noise violation, it has to be in excess of the standards that are in 9.210.060. We can make that change. But I think it was written the way it was because there was a recognition that there are some circumstances where noise constitutes a disturbance of the peace, but it isn't otherwise captured by the pre-existing ordinance.
And I can give you an example. If, we all think of loud parties, but if you have people, just say in a backyard, and they're yelling, they're screaming, they're using foul language, they're making obscene comments, in a neighborhood with children, like that would be a disturbance of most people's peace. It does not satisfy the definition of the loud noise ordinance or the noise ordinance, but it is a disturbance of the peace. I wouldn't want it in my home, in my neighborhood. So it does give some interpretation by the officers, which a lot of penal codes, municipal codes often do. And there's just some penal codes that we have that our hands are tied. Like we have 415 and 416 of the penal code, which is disturbing the peace, but that requires someone to sign a private person's arrest form to take the liability of an arrest. And most neighbors don't want to sign complaints against their neighbors for fear of retribution. And so allowing the police department to go out and make these judgment calls that fit the intent of the ordinance, it creates more harmony in a neighborhood. It allows people to feel free to call the police, knowing that we're there to help them and to protect their neighborhood. We all want to live in a community where everyone's lawn is mowed, where the people are respectful, neighbors take care of neighbors. It's just not always the case. So this was written in a broad sense so that we could interpret it in a manner when we're called and someone says, my peace is being disturbed.
Yeah, please don't misinterpret my question to mean that I don't think we should do that.
Sure, absolutely.
My question is, if I'm hanging out at home and a good song comes on and I turn it up and my neighbor's like, that guy and his music, they might have a different standard than I do, and then the police get to decide whether or not I'm loud.
Right.
And it's because it says unruly or loud.
Yes.
Right? So you can be loud without being unruly and still be in violation of this ordinance.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And it's the subjectivity of the police is the part that makes me nervous.
And again, you know, if you look at Penal Code 4, it allows officers to make a determination based on what the intent of the law that was written. And so we have subjective discretion sometimes. I mean, that's just the way it works. And for good or bad, we have to make decisions sometimes that promote the harmony in certain situations. So,
Councilmember Carwin, could I offer just 2 super quick points?
Please.
First, another benefit of having an enforcement mechanism for noise that exists outside of the noise ordinances, those people enforcing, the police department, don't have to have a decibel meter in order to control a noise environment. So that the judgment comes with a benefit, because you don't have to have somebody that actually stops and takes the time to measure before they make a judgment about enforcement. That's number one. Number 2 relates to your point about the exercise of discretion. And I think that's why we included a provision in the whereas clauses that get integrated into the overall ordinance that says, except in unusual circumstances, step 1 is a warning. Nobody gets fined, nobody gets cited, you give a warning. So that if you're playing really cool music in your house and it's very loud, the police department come and they try and kind of convey to you that you're disturbing your neighbors and give you a chance to do something without you getting penalized at all.
So my best analogy would be Penal Code 23-152A and B. That's DUI, right? One of them says driving with a blood alcohol count of 0.08 or higher, and the other one is driving under the influence of alcohol, right? The driving under the they charge under both because you can be in violation without being over 0.08 blood alcohol content. So that's a judgment call by the police that you're driving, and you're driving erratically is as a result of your impairment, even though chemically it's not. That's the analogy I'm seeing here, but it's built in that way. So, but the inartfulness of that "or" is what makes me nervous. But I want this to be a tool for our police. I really want this to work, but I always get nervous when I see ambiguity in the law. And so that's why I wanted to explore this as fully as I can, and just saying, yeah, you know, we do have a definition of loud, but we chose not to put it in case it's not really that loud and we still want to go over there and find somebody for it. This is how it jumped out to me. But, you know, I guess we'll just have to wait till it gets tested, because I'm not willing to kill this over that. So with that, I'll end my conversation.
Lieutenant,
Sure.
if we were to vote no on this and do nothing, do you feel like you're out there in the field and your fellow officers are limited and feeling frustrations where you're unable to help a resident that's asking for help because you don't have the tools? Is that a correct
absolutely.
statement?
Yes, and we've seen it over the last 4 years. You know, I can cite one incident where we had a subject who lived on a cul-de-sac, and in the middle of the night he had a collection of cars, and he would literally move cars at 2 a.m. in the morning. Right? It wouldn't have rose to the level of the noise ordinance, but we had no tools to immediately remedy the situation. So we had to go through a long process that included code enforcement, elder abuse counseling, other agencies outside of the city. And for months and months, these residents in the neighborhood were frustrated because we would show up and there was not really much that we could do. So, and that's primarily where this ordinance started, was we just noticed that there was a gap in our enforcement ability.
Thank you. That's very helpful to note. Mr. Melting?
Mayor, I know that Councilmember Carwin said he was done, but I was trying to listen to those comments, and I realized that there might be a fix that we could do that addresses your issue, assuming that the rest of your council colleagues share it, which is to just remove "or loud," because really unruly or loud conduct is a defined term. It's that defined term that had all of those actions in it, and the only time where loud exists outside of that defined term is where it is part of a disturbance of the peace. So you could change this to the unruly conduct ordinance by just deleting the "or loud" throughout the ordinance, and I think you avoid the problem that you're identifying, which is what if it's just loud and it's not unruly?
I think that would remove the exact tool that the police are looking for. So I'd rather just leave it in there and give the police the tool that they need. That's the part that we're focused on. I mean, all the other things, you know, that are listed here, you know, assault, battery, vandalism, littering, we have codes that define those pretty well. We don't need this code for that stuff. It's the loud part that the police need the tool for. So in the interest of A, moving things along, but B, giving the tools they need to protect our citizens, I'm going to withdraw my objection on it and see how it plays out.
However, you brought something up earlier that I kind of want to support, and that's where you're saying in this Title 11 Municipal Code, it says now refer to Title 9 in the zoning code if you want to find out what it is. I kind of agreed with you when you were saying, why didn't it just say it right there so you're not having to play this search around game?
Well, what they're describing to us is that because sometimes it's loud without violating that, and we don't want to be tied to that. We want to give the police a circumstantial opportunity, discretion to use some discretion. And I think based on what I'm hearing, I'm persuaded that the discretion is a necessary tool that our police officers need in this particular situation. It's like, I forget which Supreme Court justice said it, but they were trying to define pornography. And he said, I can't define it for you, but I know it when I see it. And I think when it comes to loud conduct, it's like, I don't know how to define loud, but I know it when I hear it. I think that's a valid position to take in this case. And loud pornography is explicitly prohibited under this code.
No loud so Bob, are you in favor of introducing this ordinance and moving it forward as it's proposed?
Is there any more discussion?
I was ready to
Yep.
move. I was ready to make a move on it. So
Yep, we'll go right ahead.
first reading. So I'd like to approve the first reading and introduction of the ordinance establishing regulations for unity and loud conduct.
And that's presented as the redlined version that was presented to us?
Correct. Yes.
I'll second.
If you don't mind, Mayor, I'm going to introduce the ordinance.
Would you
before the
please?
vote.
Thank you, yeah.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee, California, adding Chapter 11.07 to the Title 11 of the Menifee Municipal Code, establishing regulations for unruly or loud conduct.
All right, and we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
All right, and that passed unanimously, so I believe that will come back to us as a second reading, so there is time in case we need to make any changes. All right, we're now on item 12.4. This is also a first reading of an introduction of an ordinance, regulations governing the possession of catalytic converters, and our chief car is here to present the item.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting us take this time as we introduce the catalytic converter ordinance. Let's see if I can get it to pop up. Maybe. There we go. Okay. So catalytic converter theft has been a problem nationwide. Specifically, we want to address, Riverside and the city of Menifee, as it's been a continuing problem and unacceptable for the last several years. So in an effort to provide law enforcement the ability to put some control measures in here, County of Riverside, about 1.5 years ago, adopted an ordinance that required proof of ownership. Now, we support that. Most of the cities around here have also been very supportive of this ordinance, and you'll find that many cities within Riverside County have actually adopted very similar ordinances. So we think this is the best way to go about it. And what we're saying is, failing to provide proof of ownership will lead to fines up to $500 or potential misdemeanor crimes for repeated violations. Just to kind of quickly cover current state laws, they allow individuals to possess up to 8 catalytic converters before the individual is considered to be an auto dismantler. There's new laws that also require that the catalytic converters have VINs placed on them. So as long as the catalytic converter is accessible, if you take your car in for maintenance, the company is actually required to inscribe the VIN permanently. This was recently passed. And then we also have recyclers are required to retain information of the sellers and the prior owners. So why would we not want to have the same thing of anyone who's driving through our cities? So our ordinance is kind of blending that gap and closing that gap so that we don't have to wait for 8. You can't drive through our city without having prior owner information. It's real simple. Our proposed ordinance requires proof of ownership for each catalytic converter, even outside the obvious signs of theft. So if you took the time to actually unbolt the thing and make it look like you were a dismantler, and tried to trick us, you still have to show proof of ownership. It's real simple. Bill of sale, letter relinquishing ownership, any documentation, including photographs that include basic information, vehicle, make, and model, license plate, VIN, and prior owner name and contact information. That's it. As long as we can verify it, you can have that catalytic converter. If I can't verify it, you can't have it. Here's your citation. I don't care how many you have. If you have 15 of them, you're already going to be in violation of state laws, and we'll deal with it through that. So this is just closing that simple gap and making sure that we can hold those accountable when we stop them, and we don't see the obvious signs as in the prior slide, where you can see those catalytic converters have been cut out clearly. So this is our proposal, is that we ask you to approve an ordinance establishing regulations governing possession of catalytic converters.
All right, Chief, thank you. Council members, do we have any questions? My question is this kind of a copy and paste from what the county did? Are we pretty much doing the same ordinance they have?
It's very, very close.
Okay.
I mean, we just changed a little bit of language as far as deputy to officer, and then we made sure that it fit. Their fine structure is a little different. We made sure it fit our administrative fine structure.
All right, good deal. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Oops, there we go. Yeah, some of the new laws being passed and things like that you mentioned, has there been any reduction with those laws from catalytic converters being reported stolen? I mean, have they been effective that much?
Well, a lot of these went into effect this January.
Oh, this January, okay, so we haven't had a chance to really.
So the state is doing their part, trying to bring it in, but they're also trying not to impact recycling businesses, and they're trying to address a problem without being overly burdensome, right? You're still allowing the middleman to be, a business operator. But again, we saw this avenue where what happens when I make a car stop and you got 3 catalytic converters in there, and they're not obvious, because the reality is, look, you got 3 catalytic converters, I'm probably going to find the Sawzall in your trunk, and you're going to go to jail for felony theft anyway. But if I can't, you still got to show me proof that you know where it came from and how you got it.
Okay. A second question, you had mentioned about marking with the VIN number on the catalytic converters, and you said that when you take it into a shop or something?
Yeah, so that recently passed as well, that talks about any new and used catalytic converters. So auto manufacturers are actually putting it on there now. And then the law has simply said, you as an owner have the right to refuse to have it inscribed, but only if it's not easily accessible, because that would incur additional costs. So there are some catalytic converters that the way that the exhaust system goes, it's not easy for the company or the maintenance to get to it.
So that's just if you have a new one or a used one installed?
Any new and used since January this year has to be inscribed with a permanent marking.
Is there any programs that the residents can take advantage of that, different organizations that do that type of, inscription on their catalytic converter? I mean, because they're not cheap. That's why we're having the problem. And I don't know if that would be of any help to our residents, if that would.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with any local programs right now. I do know that, like I said, the state just made this a thing where it's really putting the ownership or the onus back onto the garage, so it's probably part of their service fee, would just be, hey, we had to etch it in there.
Okay.
And again, that person can say no, because maybe they don't want to incur the cost. But if it's detached and it's now in your back seat, you better show me ownership.
Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on this item?
I do have one,
Okay.
Daryl Terrell.
All right, welcome, Mr. Terrell.
Hi, my name is Daryl Terrell, and I'm a Moreno Valley resident. 2 years ago, I came before the Honorable Board of Supervisors to ask them to consider drafting an ordinance to close a loophole in the proposed state law AB 641 that would allow a person to possess up to 8 catalytic converters without having a dismantler permit. On September 12, 2023, they adopted a county ordinance that was stronger and more relevant than the current state law that hold thieves accountable. So I began my journey across our county from one end to another to city council chambers like yours to ask them to consider adopting a county ordinance or similar ones to ensure each of our cities are on the same page when it comes into enforcing the law. Today, it's 24 cities out of 28 have adopted either the county ordinance or similar ordinances. And Honorable Mayor and City Council, by approving the proposed ordinance, it will make it a crime with possible jail time, regardless whether a thief is in possession of 1 catalytic converter or 8 without proof of ownership, unlike the state law that makes it a license violation with no jail time if an individual is found in possession of 9 or more catalytic converters without a dismantling permit. Under state law, having too many converters will make someone a dismantler subject to state statute, but that's all. The state law does not penalize the mere possession of a detached converter. That's why I call this proposed ordinance the one and you're done ordinance, in contrast to the state law 8, you skate. No state law should incentivize theft like AB 641 because of the soften on crime laws coming out of Sacramento. These thefts continue to terrorize our residents throughout our county and those in our business community. They are not victimless crimes. They are crimes against all of us, but especially the most vulnerable in our community, and sometimes they escalate into violence. The potential for such incidents to turn violent should not be underestimated. And we have to make accountability great in the state. There has to be consequences for breaking the law, not legislated away. Our community people are suffering as a result. By approving this ordinance, you will send a message loud and clear to the creeps in the community. They say if you steal from this community or any community that have this law, you will be held accountable. We have to show the people in Sacramento how we hold people accountable. Thank you. I hope you consider passing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. I think we're about to please you.
Can I comment on how he hit it at exactly 0 on his comment?
Yeah, you timed that really well.
That was not the first time he's read that.
If you're at 0, you're a hero. Sorry. I like the number. All right. So where were we? We were, any other public comments, Madam Clerk?
No other speakers.
We're having too much fun. It's getting late here. All right. What we're going to do is ask Stephanie to please read the ordinance title, and then we'll get a motion in a second.
This is an ordinance of the City of Menifee, California, establishing regulations governing the possession of catalytic converters and adding Chapter 11.55 to Title 11 of the Menifee Municipal Code.
Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
There we go.
I was waiting for someone else because I did it the last time.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
All right, and that passed unanimously. Item 13, City Attorney reports. Jeff, do you have anything?
No, Mayor.
All right, and then 14th City Manager, anything for us?
Yes, Mayor, I'd just like to take a moment to introduce our newest Assistant City Manager, our newest addition to our executive team. I know that you all met him, and I think he's been around in the city for about 2 weeks, but this is his first meeting, so I wanted to introduce you and to the community, Brian Jones.
All right, welcome aboard. Anything else? All right, thank you. Welcome, Brian. All right, I don't know, Brian, did you want to say anything? You're happy to be here? All right, good. All right, item.
He wants to go home.
Item 15, future agenda requests. Council members, do we have anything?
Yes, Mayor, I do.
Okay.
Oh, you have someone in the.
That's all right, we'll take you in. I'll
Okay,
go lead.
yeah, I wanted to remove the RV ordinance. I've been working with staff a lot, and they've really helped me understand it better and been addressing my concerns, so I'd like to pull it.
Do we need a second to remove? All right, thank you, Councilman Estrada.
And then I do have one request. I would like to explore covering the cost of the military banner program.
Ricky, maybe you can just explain a little bit more of what you're looking for?
Well, right now the residents pay, or our service members pay $135, and I'd like to help them out. It's Hometown Heroes Year.
All right, I didn't hear a second on that, so let's move on. Councilmember Sobek, do you have a request?
Yes, just the comments that we heard tonight about the Cherry Hills Plaza. I just was wondering if it would be okay to have a update on the homeless task force that we have with our Menifee Police Department, and at the same time, if they could share with us new laws that may be affecting our city in regards to homeless.
I'll second that one.
Thank you.
All right, any others? All right, council members, we are adjourning. It is 9:54. I want to thank everybody who's still here for sticking it out all the way to the bitter end. It was a good council meeting. I think we accomplished a lot tonight. Well done, everybody. Hope you all have a great night.